Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I got extra chores done this morning. You can tell how much I'm getting done by how long it takes me to actually start the stream from starting soon. It's me. Side note, getting large packs of just shirts, like comfy shirts, best decision I ever made. Best decision. I got like a four, is it a 4-pack? No, it was like a 4-pack of some slightly oversized, because I made an oopsie, white tees, and I changed into one just now. Cooled down instantly. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Recommend it. That's the tangent of the morning. Out of breath. Running around. Control bright and early. Prime Poo, don't know if you're here, but you were earlier. Thanks for stopping in. Rabbit, Cheeky, Fan, Itsukato, Coffee Zoroark, Cheeky. Oh, I said Cheeky already. See, brain's malfunctioning. I need more coffee. Loading screen, Shay, Reckless Monster, Tron. One from Texas. How is it in Texas today, temperature-wise? I'm curious. Because, you know, it's hot everywhere, and I assume Texas is just constantly melting. Brendan. Jaybridge. Meds. Santa. Fan. LGD. Urban Mech. Jester. Roddy. Sora. Kingman. Yakumers. Time for Trump's fashion any day? Yeah. Double cheeky. All cheeked up in this economy? Been dipping under triple digits. It's great. Oh, that's nice and cool. Don't chuck coffee at me. I need it though. Definitely prefer oversized clothes over undersized. Much more comfortable. Yeah, I'm a skinny guy, so I tend to like either do like tight clothes or very baggy clothes. I don't know, but I'm in the baggy gang today. It's all about the mindset in Texas. Accept the heat and you'll die in slightly less pain. Understandable. Today, Blightcaller dot stuff. I was messing around with Spirit Swarm yesterday. And hey Glenny, how you doing? Yes, class is in session. High for my area is 99, 87% humidity. Okay, that just sounds awful. I am so sorry. Yeah, that's about right. Not a skinny guy, and that's pretty much how I'd describe all my clothes too. I guess we just have the same clothing taste. Blightcaller gun dot stuff. Now, everyone is doing builds like this, but I figure we'll distinguish ourselves by channeling our inner Stone Swan and applying some launcher tech to this. I started out messing around with Blight Burr for this, and it worked pretty well. And then I was like, oh yeah, Contagion's a thing. Let me just try Blight Stabba. And then it just instantly got so much better. And I was like, oh, okay. So, let's mess around with that. Farm some launchers and do Spirit Swarm things. It's quite fun. So, I need a better blue cake, but I'm using a blue cake, a cannonballer, a purple torg, and a white rider right now. Start some boss runs. It's a good warm-up. Goku Fortnite. Yes, Goku Fortnite. I saw that trending this morning. Channel my inner stoner. Does that work? I suppose it does. Wrong assuming Blightcaller is the best dot setup. You're probably correct there. It's very hard to accurately argue for anything else. Because, just having Contagion changes a lot. Theodore, aka one of the bosses that shuts down dot builds. So fun story with this. Imelda is fine on this. It just takes like a little bit, but Imelda is fine. Theodore is not because you can't dot the soul cells. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits, Coffee Zara. I appreciate it. It's Blightcaller's favorite simple game. Connect the dots. Love it. Hey, Arconium, how you doing? Hope you're well, Dill. Enjoying a Burblight melee build with Pog Totem and worked with got ASA and worked with Blood of the Fallen. It would make the build just that bit more interactive. Oh, if Blood of the Fallen worked there, yeah, that'd be nice. What was that gone? It's a blue cake. Tis a blue cake. Doing well, gotta work soon. Just relaxing with the coffee. How are you? Doing okay. Doing okay. I need more coffee. But other than that, I'm doing okay. Never used it. People sleep on launchers in this. And gun dot builds, that's one of the areas where launchers are actually exceptionally good. Now, White Rider's also good. So it's nice to have both on hand. Play at a Kong for a second. That's what I visualize when I use this dex. Fix the White Rider thing? I don't know, but it's still good either way, so I don't know if that's still broken or not, or if it never applied to the White Rider in the first place. Do not know. Clarify statement above, does Bog Totem get ASA? It does not, Kite Highland. Bog Totem is more like Barrage than an active action skill. Nothing about it is an action skill except for the animation that spawns the totem. So like, you activate it, it starts, spawns the totem, ends. And the totem's still there, but you don't have an action skill on. Evan, come here. You're being loud today. Come here and get pets. Oh, I guess you just want to lay down without head pats. Oh, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I drank water, but I don't have a pet to pet. It's okay, I got you, Viper. I got you. Major Dong. Yeah, Yakumers. Hey, Soggy Briskets, how you doing? I need appropriate launchers to deal with Solicit here. That's fine. Hey Kitty, good to see you. How you doing? Morning, Tenor. How are you?
Let's do it again soon.
Hey David, how are you? Hey Scroll, you seen all the DLC 4 gear? Do not spoil anything that is not available from week 1. But yes, I have. Spirit Storm basically a visual dot that acts like a companion? Yes. But it is also just a double dip of the whole status formula. Spirit Storm's damage formula is actually kind of insane. Thanks for the 100 bits still. Again, I'll say you're currently my favorite streamer on Twitch. Love your energy every time I come in. Good last vibes. Everything I need before I start my day. Amazing emotes as well. Keep it up. Also provides amazing information. It's hard to understand. Hey, that all means a lot to me, Dill. Thank you so much for the kind words and the 100 bits. And for your company. It means a lot. Spent loads getting ASA on my gear. Yeah. It'd have been cool if it ASAs, but oh well. Is Virulence needed to be taken for Blightcaller gun build? I'll do you a better question here. Why would you not take Virulence? What would you take instead of Virulence? That's the question. Maximize and go for status damage and elemental. Not necessarily just elemental, but yes, status damage because, you know, the formula for this is status damage formula times status damage formula. So, yeah. Anything you would take to boost a dot. Morning, Jules. How are you? Hey, Zorar. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. SpongeBob team. I like it. Now, does Bernadette get dotted? Let's find out. Let's find out. How's Geist in the Shell with times 25? Same as with any other gun, technically. Geist have 5 pointers, you don't have to take any of their tier 1 to get down the tree. I see the merit to that question. Okay, but explain further. So, like, yes, there's a tier here. But guess what there is below this tier? Another tier. And then there's another one. There's another one. There's another one. And so on and so forth. So why would you not take Virulence? What is Virulence competing with? Active Decay? On the character with elemental damage from class feat that scales up with class power. And poison on Amulet. And poison from Plague Storm enchant. Wee. Plague Storm enchant? Yeah. Also, hi, Moveface. Hey, babe, are you a Blightcaller? Because I think you burnt, shocked, ignited, and poisoned me. That sounds like a toxic relationship. And a poisonous... Or not poisonous, and a flammable. An incendiary relationship? Toxic and incendiary. And it's a bit frosty. And the vibes are a little dark. And frankly, that's just shocking. I'm as disappointed in myself as you are in me. Don't worry. Do you get dotted? Yeah, you do. Cool. Mr. Adblock, how we doing? Yeah, regarding the earlier Virulence question, I'll go into detail about that after the run. Revisit that topic. I need a non-unique launcher to replace that cannonballer. Can you Plague Storm Bernadette? I don't know if that worked or not. But it was satisfying. Is Strange Scene Quake put away his melee weapon? Found a random purple sword with Plague Storm enchant, stored away just in case? Yeah. You see that amulet again when you get a chance? Sure. It's a primordial poison Blightcaller Theurge. I only rolled one passive because, you know, getting a perfect amulet, good fucking luck. So you could get 2 passes, but I did only roll 1. Yeah, so back to the skill tree discussion. Reason why Virulence should be a no-brainer on Blightcaller is because its status effect chance, which you need to apply a status effect to get like 4 of these skills in the tree, and also since this is a dot build, We want consistency there. And duration is uptime on your damage, but also the duration of each of these stacking abilities is tied to your dot duration. So you could take either something that scales off of gun, which is something you'll be neglecting damage-wise, in comparison to dots, if building optimally for Spirit Swarm, that is. Or you could take something to boost your dots, or you could take something that I happen to be getting a point from armor. So I take Virulence to get down to tier 2. And then I take 3 in Flawless Edge, and then I do take 2 Geist just to have it, then I get down to this tier. And then I take Worse Curse, take Bog Down, take another Geist, move down. I take Frostbite, take Burn Offering, take another Geist. I take Toxicity, I take Restore the Veil, I take another Geist. So you can fully get to Spirit Swarm while maxing out Geist and Virulence. Now this is just there for burst damage for some specific scenarios. For example, if you shoot Bunny's weak spot with a gun and you crit, then the Geist that comes out can also hit the weak spot and crit. So that does a lot of damage, even on a build that doesn't have a lot of gun investment. So it's still worth taking both of these. It's just, this is by far the better pick. If I'm pairing Blight with Spell Shot, is Geist worth taking, given I'm not really stacking ability damage anywhere? Yes. Because even if you don't have ability damage, it's scaling off of the damage that you did. So the more damage your initial gunshot does, the more damage Geist does. Now, you probably have ability damage from your myth rank, which is enough to push this from bonkers to absurd. But yes, if you are doing any sort of gun build and you have Blightcaller, you take Geist in the show. You just do. If you're doing non-guns, then you skip it. But if you're doing guns, you take Geist in the show. Sorry if I missed it. Where's the Frost melee damage coming from in the setup? The Frost is coming from Contagion.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Dill, thank you for giving a sub to the community. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It does mean a lot. Thank you. Feeling good today? Hey, I'm really glad. Glad to have you. Good refreshing crustacean fact of the day. Coconut crab's pincer can generate a force of around 740 pounds. That's force 90 times bigger than their own body weight. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Is this the launcher build you're doing? This is not the one I mentioned last time we talked about launcher builds, meds, but yeah, this is going to be a different one. Hero stats, all status plus crit. Yeah, I experimented a little with the background on this one. I'm actually, what is it? The Street Urchin success story background, which is +4 strength, +5 intelligence, and instead of the wisdom penalty, you get a constitution penalty. So you are significantly more fragile. Significantly. But you get a little bit of extra wisdom while still getting good crit damage value. Yeah, so max crit damage, max status, rest in dexterity. Now, to trigger these various effects, I usually have a primary and sometimes a secondary method. So I'm wearing Corrupted Plate Mail, that's taking care of Worse Curse. I'm using a Poison Gun primarily, but I do have other elements. But Poison Gun primarily, so that covers Toxicity. Burn Offering is coming mostly from Contagion, but I can use Fire Guns. Amped Up is coming mostly from Contagion, but I can use Lightning Guns. And Frostbite is coming mostly from Contagion, but I can use Frost Guns. Having good uptime on Amped Up is actually pretty nice, so I'm using an Arc Torrent. Because you can get a 7.5 second without cooldown parts, cooldown Arc Torrent with 4 charges. It's ridiculously efficient, because it's also great for Theurge spam. So anytime my Plague Storm ends, I can just dump 4 charges of this, and then wait 5 seconds and it's back. White Rider? Yeah, I've got White Rider and some launchers. We're going to be hitting the launcher bunny a lot today because I want guns like this, Load Busters. I want these in different elements. Primordial or better if possible. Show the plate mail? Yeah. I'm using a Blightcaller one right now. Happen to roll 3 and amped up, which is the most important bit. The rest of it isn't really helping me at all. Like, come to think of it, these stats, none of them are really doing anything significant for me. So it would be better if it rolled, say, all damage. Maybe we hit Armor Bunny, get an upgrade here. Skill tree wise, it would be nice to have a little more amped up. I could probably justify not taking Worst Curse and moving it over to amped up. Especially because I'm using an amp ward. Yeah, we'll mess around with that. Cannonballer is in the vendor, by the way, so if you're looking for a really powerful dot, this is an option. Just keep in mind Cannonballer is awkward. That is the main reason why I'm going for Load Busters instead. Often do your build ideas flops where you always have solid ideas to work out? Often. I spent a bunch of time messing around with builds yesterday, and I had like 2 or 3 ideas that didn't work out the way I wanted them to. This was going to be a Blight Burr setup, and then at the last second I was like, let me just check other class combos. It was actually going to be Blight Grave, and then that didn't work out to my satisfaction. Then I tried Blight Burr, and that was better. Then I tried Blight Stabbo, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it's this. Contagion's just too good. So, frequently, relatively. So one way to throw out Dark Magic is why you picked it. Restore the Veil. Having that Dark Magic from everything I'm doing is going to give me constant ward regen with Restore the Veil, which means more amp, which means stronger dots. If I'm damaging enough things at once and have full stacks of amped up, I can amp most of the ticks from this White Rider. What about Blightgrave? Didn't work out. It's what I'm thinking of doing. I couldn't justify the existence of Grave in the tree for anything I was doing. Like, if you go down to Spirit Swarm, then the farthest you get in Grave is down to Ascension. But you don't have Morhem's Blessing, so you don't have good uptime on Ascension stacks. And thinking about it, what do spell damage or max HP even do for you there? You get Thralls, which is good for your damage output in general, but that's additive with Flawless Edge. And Amulet passive if you have that, and Armor passive if you have that, and a couple enchants if you have those. So that leaves you Sanguine Sacrament, which is good, but I'm not having survivability problems, so I don't care. It opens up Reaper of Bones, which is nice. I tried some Dire Sacrifice Spirit Swarm stuff. It wasn't great. It's Active Decay proc with Geist in the Shell. Active Decay is just a passive bonus to poison damage, still. So anything that is poison will benefit from Active Decay. But Active Decay is very minor. 4% poison damage per point is almost always the least desirable skill in this entire tree. In a vacuum, it's not necessarily bad, especially when you look at Geist, but like 4% poison on the character that, let's see how much poison I have already. From myth rank, I have 20%, and then class feat is 2.5% per stack before class power. I have 73.9% blight power. So let's math this. So I'm getting 43.475% elemental damage from class feat. So that plus 20. Plus, I get another 47.4 from my amulet. And then I get another 50% from my Plaguestorm enchant. So I have 160% poison damage. 160% right now. Do I need another 4% per point? I don't think I do. Especially when I could just spend those skill points anywhere else. Still not worth going for Graveborn in that case. Thinking of going to a Hydra Companion build with the Bog Totems. That's the thing, Max. Like, what is Graveborn doing for those companions that other builds wouldn't be? You get Faithful Thralls, sure, but that's one thing at the cost of your entire second class. You could say, take Spell Shot if you're using spell-based companions and just have more damage for them. You could take Clawbringer, and you get more elemental damage. You get a bonus element for the ones that count as guns. You get a different bonus element for the ones that count as melee. You get better crit stats if you get awe off an armor or something. You go Stabomancer and have access to From the Shadows and, you know, more relevant formula stuff and ways to boost Spirit Swarm. You could go Berserker and just have a better damage formula for them than Graveborn. Like, I don't see the point of Grave in that. Counterpoint, I want to be a Necro Shaman. That's certainly cool. Mainly thinking about the Dark Hydra spawning extra companions for you. Yeah, on kill. Unless you go to Graveborn Capstone, you're only getting Dark Hydras when you kill something. And only then, 60% chance every time you kill something. And your total, if you have 3 points in Dark Hydras, you can have 3 of them. So, that's not exactly a lot to build around. Any chance I could see the Plague Storm enchant again? Yeah. Here you go, Mac. While Plague Storm's active, all poison damage is increased by 5% each second for 10 seconds. Afterwards, this effect lasts for additional 10 seconds. Thanks, you're welcome. I'm not even convinced that this is optimal here for this set, because, like I mentioned, including that enchant fully stacked with my class feat fully stacked, etc., I have almost 161% poison damage. I could give up 50% here and grab something that I don't have much of. Like, I don't have much global damage right now. I think I just have the 15% here, and then up to 18% from Flawless Edge, so, and then I have, you know, a little bit from Swift Death. So, like, I think I'd be better off taking, Action Skill Start 20 over here, honestly. Optimally speaking, if I had, like, global damage here, I think I could get away with this. We'll see what happens, though. Does Diamond Guard Sword have place in a melee dot build? Diamond Guard Sword has really good bonuses once it's fully stacked, but the things you lose out on is it itself is inconsistently elemental, which isn't really a deal breaker, but the fact that it doesn't get other hilt mods. For this, I'm running Amp and Echo. I'm not even running Caustic for this, because Amp is just going to be a huge flat increase to the base damage, which is going to make a bigger dot. And Echo is a really good way to deliver damage that you've distributed across multiple enemies, or to do bursts of damage, which dot builds tend to struggle with. Especially when using Plague Storm, Echo is really good. So, I don't think Diamond Guard beats out having those bonuses. Now, if I could get, say, Echo on a Diamond Guard sword, I might be more interested, but I can't. Hey, Puppy, how you doing? I was lurking a little bit in your art stream, but I'm glad to see you doing the thing again. How you doing today? Hey, Soccer Chick, how are you? Is that enchant just worse ASA 50? No, because this lasts afterwards, Viper. ASA 50 stops when Plague Storm ends. This doesn't. That's why this is preferred. Ask Cloud and Ascendant one wasn't sure about it. Thank you for your answer. It could be usable. You can make a case for it. It's just I think losing Echo and Amp both is a little too much for me. Play Storm's 20 seconds though. Yeah, and what happens when you're done with those 20 seconds? Or are you saying that it only lasts 20 seconds even with Plague Storm? Like, Plague Storm ends at the same time as the effect? That's something should probably be tested. That's an interesting point to make. This might not be as good as it sounds. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Horrible night. Some emotional things at the hardest tonight. Tried to avoid all day. Slept well at least. Feeling a bit better today. Yeah, I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling good today. I'm sorry I had a rough night. Truly, I'll fight it. Whatever it is, I'll kick its butt. Unfortunately, if it's in your head, I'm gonna have to get in your head and kick that thing's butt. But like, that's what friends do. I read that 10 seconds to ramp up, 10 seconds at cap, 10 seconds after done. Yeah, that's how I interpreted it, J-Bridge. But if you go exactly by what's on the card, then Viper's correct. That's something that should be tested, I think. Does echo damage get stored for Plague Storm echoes? Plague Storm says any non-ability damage, and echo is not ability damage, so I would assume so. And in practice, it certainly feels that way. Thanks for the entertainment. Time to get to work. Take care. Enjoy Tuesday. Have a good one, though. You're probably already gone, but thank you again. I appreciate it. Diamond Guard would be much better if it got a second hilt mod. Yeah, if it could get an actual hilt mod, Diamond Guard would see a lot of use. I hear you're feeling some better today, and thanks for your kind words. Always. Always, always, always. You're fighting demons? Alright, I'm stretched out, ready to throw hands. Let's do it. Saying ASA is better than Plague Storm enchant? Saying potentially. Potentially. If you have duration increases, maybe. This has to be tested. If you have duration increases, maybe. But the thing with ASA is it can roll on other slots. Plague Storm is a melee weapon one. So there can be merit to targeting one over the others. There's no mathematical benefit to having both. But I'm considering going to action skill start 20 in that slot anyway. So I think I might do that. Hello, cat. What are you doing? That is a good shout, Viper. So we're looking for a fire load buster. Preferably in times 3 or 4. And primordial are better. Gotta get it in my brain, and please give it some extra brain cells while you're there. I will donate my last brain cell. Hey, Uncle Noble, how are you? Let's roll this. Oh, streamer luck is real. Cool.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
I was gonna respec as well, I forgot. Do it after this run then. Thanks, streamer luck. Very cool. It's refreshing watching builds that aren't just cursed with Buffmeister. Are people still doing that? Still?
Overloaded. Patience is so overrated.
Okay, Quack, I'm moving into you. No. Someone just said something to me and I've decided to move in country. You don't want to come here, though. I wouldn't recommend that. His people need him. Oh. Range issue. I guess I gotta aim higher there.
Lightning lance.
Not even close.
Ammo run out. Light.
Blue cake, my first love. Hashtag large human problems. YouTube videos of Plague Storm I've seen always buff my server. But why though? I don't understand. You could use something like an Arc Torrent and just have more Plague Storm.
Waiting is another one of those ridiculous light.
See, like, I can actually just Plague Storm whenever I want using an Arc Torrent.
Death delivery incoming.
As a big number, I guess. How does Arc Torrent complement Plague Storm just damage? I'm using it because it will apply shock dots for amped up, which is good move speed and restoring my ward. I'm using an amp ward, so an amp shot is going to just have much, much higher base damage, which means a much higher dot. And additionally, an Arc Torrent without any cooldown parts has at base 4 charges with 7.5 second cooldown each. So I could just use that with Theurge and go boom, 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 and have 80% of my cooldown back. So, like, yeah. So for Banshee, I think switching to FTS is the play.
Seriously? It's just getting started.
Every day I see a build buff monsters, another day I'm thankful. It's just one of those things, you know, it provides a big number, and that's what some people like. Let them like what they like. Had 2 solicit fights now where she never exited her immortality phase, and the sharks either aren't there or died too fast or rose through dying. I've had that happen a couple times, yeah. Just letting her kill you, or, you know, respawning in any way, should fix it. We're using Demon Blight. I'm using 2 Demon Blights. I have one that's volatile with lightning, duration, and chance, and then I have one that's primordial with dark magic, chance, and poison chance. These can get up to 3 passes, I think. Yeah, I remember getting ones with 3, so I just didn't get very lucky with the rolls, but yeah, Demon Blight.
For the hot stuff. Let's do it again soon.
Ow, what got me?
The soul is ripe for color.
Yep. Cannonball, let's go. It's me, I did it. Hey Fusion, how are you? Interesting, the Bloodletter skill isn't health reserve. Well, it specifically doesn't say reserve. It's more like a turtle thing, J-Bridge. Turtle does this, just with different proportions. Outdamn Dot, good joke. Demon Blight was the one I was about to ask for earlier, unsure if it was part of week 1. Yes. Currently sitting at over 300% status damage on most Spirit Swarm Gamer. How much do I have right now? 19, 22... We'll not include the 50% increase here. So 43, and then 40, so 83. And I have 103. So like I have 200-ish? 200-ish. With Demon Blight's active, I get a little more. Not that much. Multi-ball, don't think I've ever used that. Multi-ball is sometimes easier to target. That's why I pulled it out there. What is Blightcaller's class power buff? Geist in the Shell, the class feat, and the action skills. Thanks, you're welcome. Seems like those rings are practically made for selective amnesia. That's the interesting thing, Pragmatic. That was one of the things I did find you could justify with Grave Blight dot stuff. Because, like, you could use Reaper to keep amnesia permanently on without having to hurt yourself too much and giving yourself a good survivability safety net. And you could just run around doing Reaper, Amnesia, Spirit Swarm stuff. and you would be keeping Demon Blight on at max effectiveness at all times. Sounds like it could be cool. Heaven. What? Hello. Come on. He's very adamant about just sitting at my feet today. You don't want to come up here? Is that too much effort? I guess he's decided he's not jumping today. He's just sitting there staring at me. Stealing that idea, go right ahead. Let me know how it works out. Not just massacre you with that much status damage. It might, but remember, during Reaper, you're immortal. You can't actually die with Reaper on. And any healing you're doing is fighting the damage being done to you. Also, the amnesia bit is going to be on your ward, while the Reaper bit is on your health bar. So if you, say, have something like Restore the Veil, then your Dark Magic is going to be keeping your ward up. You can hasten the end of Reaper? You can. You can. Of all you lovely people, thanks for being amazing. No you, Dex. No you. 2 more days left in the feature. Still looking for an Ascended White Rider and Sword Explosion. Also got to myth rank 400 over the weekend. Only capstones left on the myth rank tree for me. Congrats, Atris. Yeah, with White Riders, I think I've decided I want a ×1 for this build. Because it's higher individual dots. I don't need that much frequency. I don't need gun DPS. I need better dots. And a ×1 has a better dot value. So, yeah. Guess we should do some featured. Got Ascended ×2, no crit parts though. That's still really good though. Was the mag size at least good, Shay? Can't remember. Had a few margaritas when it dropped. Understandable. You gotta celebrate that. Awkward thing about having chums done on this character is, I am getting a lot of twisted delusions doing this. When I really want other things. Gotta send it ×1. Was sad, glad it has a use case. Yeah, I'm thinking ×1 for dots. Because you get lower frequency, but higher base. Which could be enough here. Downside of a good vendor week is I have no money left. I dipped below being able to buy Ascended Armor on this character because this Cannonballer was in a vendor and I bought it. So I'm hoping nothing really good pops up for me for a bit. Nope. I was gonna respec. But shit, the money situation is gonna get worse. Whatever. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't fuck up. Violence, Geist, amped up. Bog down. Flawless Edge. A Frostbite for crit chance. I don't really need Burn Offering. I like to have it just because I have it from Contagion. Is that worth one more point of Flawless Edge? I think it is. Yeah, alright. Takes toxicity for crit damage and for cooldown. Restore the Veil. Should take Worst Curse just to have it. Yeah. Now, controversial thing here. I could just not take haste to get more swift death. Which is a cursed sentence, because that doesn't make any amount of sense. But I think just so Sen doesn't, murder me. Still take haste. Do I need nimble fingers, though? Fucking despise what you just said. Am I wrong, though, Viper? Like, am I really wrong? I mean, morally, yes, but, like, factually. It's more broken, Spaghetti, Storm, or Mosquito, and it's not close. And it's not Spaghetti, it's very straightforward, it's just nightmarish. I'm seriously considering going for Swift Death here instead of taking Nimble Fingers. Because I lose 18% fire rate, the spell damage is completely irrelevant to me. I think the play is to take more Swift Death here. Don't tell. I won't tell. You used to complain about the Revolter. You used to complain about the Revolter. I have been pretty consistent in that Revolter is strong, but overrated. It is not the end-all be-all that people label it. It, in fact, is not even optimal for, like, any one-shot. There's an entire Vault Hunter that struggles to get access to it. I heard Lazy say that Geist, Sporefuse, and Mosquito were additive yesterday. Yes, he did it just to fuck with us, and he's not technically incorrect, because they're all independent of each other. Because Geist results from a crit, Sporefuse results from a gunshot and can't crit, and then Mosquito results from anything that crits and can't crit. So technically you could get, from one shot, you could have a Sporefuse, a Mosquito, and then a Geist, and then that Geist could also crit and Mosquito. I guess I'd take crit chance here, yeah. Okay, let's try this alternate spec out.
Come on, have some fun.
Streamer said a naughty, he did. Oh, that barrel fucked me up. Yeah, status damage be like. Awkward thing about losing dark magic healing is I now no longer have any way to get back above health gate if I go down and get up. So like I have to pick up health off the ground. A healing passive on armor would be really nice to get around that. How'll this do against bark? I'm curious enough. I'll bite. Trust in magic, sure. Inconvenience of having to go near a health vial? Listen. I'm a low effort gamer. We're back to BL3 barrels. Put a mosquito and buff mice would be really cool. They had to make it stupid. It's something I probably won't use after this week. Think the baddest for mosquito was intended though? Yes. How would it have been unintended? Because like they even built in, hey, this can't crit, so it can't trigger itself. They knew exactly what they were doing. How would it have been accidental? Is the question. And you zoom around with amped up. Pick up, damn it. And I got a primordial mosquito and got rid of volatile one. This one is no melee related. Hope it doesn't affect much. Need more tests. The ascended mosquito I use on my Ghostblade build currently, Seno, has absolutely nothing that actually helps my build. Like, none of the 3 passives help. But it's still absolutely disgusting. Simply being a mosquito is enough. New Mex event. Thank you for the 2 years. 2 years. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And you were absolutely wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Dos años de amor y abrazos qua madgal hug.
Thank you so much. Oh, fun little mercy mechanic I discovered with Plague Storm. If you go down during the animation for casting it, even though it's gone on cooldown already, it'll refund like 90% of the cooldown for you. Ascended Fragment Rain. Times 5. Yeah, I'll take that. Gotta go by. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Thought of you earlier. Got a ×3 Ascended Merlins from the wheel. That's sick. That's such a cool gun. I was today years old when I realized a new spell is called Wicked Gossip because it spreads toxicity. I'll try to use it, treat it like a crossblade. I mean, crossblade doesn't boomerang back to you. Treat it like itself. New thing, new use case. Man, the coiled mages have crazy range. Do knockback on the return projectiles? That's a good question. I want to use launchers more, but we haven't gotten an enemy set that I'm comfortable doing so against. If we get a returning weapon, I want it to be the NARP, but good, and yes, call it the YARP. Thanks for recommending Wicked Gossip, by the way. I absolutely love the spell for mobbing. It's so good, right? Like, it really surprised me. I assumed it would be, like, awkward, but no, it's just actually really efficient. Oh, that's where this one is. Huh, I learned something. Just seems to find targets when I cast it. That's really cool. Coiled put a big old wrench into the flow and poison lightning builds. Yeah. Having a launcher and fire would really help me out there. So what I want to try, a melee builder runs full wards, the new melee weapon. I mean, you'll die. Health gate. You could just have big wards without going full wards. Well, that's awkward. Luckily, the damage is still going out on him. And the bird goes down super easy. Yeah, Echo Plague Storm is kind of nuts. Because you just use Plague Storm to make a big Echo, and then you use Echo to make your Plague Storm bigger. Someone posted in Reddit about hitting 962 mil. That's a legit number. Any thoughts? Numbers like that are technically possible. We've theory crafted, you know, damage cap plus stuff, which is in the billions. It's possible. Yeah, barrels are no joke with this setup. They actually just kind of kill you.
Every breath brings you closer to death. You look too comfortable with their mortality.
Barrels do more damage than bosses then? Yes.
Their end is near. So
Have internet again? And now phone to Blightcaller instead of just watching everyone else. Let's go, Irish. Glad to hear. No, Spirit Storm, why would you do that? Why would you do that to me? It just flew right through the barrel. That was so toxic.
blaze on all your houses.
Give 0 fucks. It knows what you did. I suppose it does. Yeah, Plague Storm is so fucking good for this. What does that skill on the left? Oh, that's toxicity. Okay. Meh. Morning, Alan Bear. How you doing?
But they're dying.
I was mostly putting this storm down over here so that enemies would walk into it and die, but they just kind of didn't. So that's cool. All these good action skills sticking around to fight for your life. It's kind of what I want to do with Bog Totem, getting Blight here, just Brood and Pain. Yeah. Yeah. I am pretty annoyed that, like, my best one is one passive, but oh well. Doing better when I get this abscess to drain. Oof. Man, I got a dot from one of the traps and it was just over.
Let's do it again soon. That's when things were heating up.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead. No. Oh! Plague Storm! Plague Storm saved me! Plague Storm, my beloved! Plague Storm the goat. Oh no, there's a barrel. Am I dead? I'm totally dead. Pause, champ. As you can see, dot duration kind of poses a problem sometimes. By the skin of your teeth, yeah. Yeah, Metamose. How you doing?
Smoke on this.
Where is my Plague Storm, by the way? Because I don't see it. Kinda need it. Guess I'll have it for phase 2. That's fine. There we go. How's Build doing the new mirror? I haven't taken it through. We can try that next. Can't get over how cool Plague Storm looks. Might be the best in Lance games visually. I really love the effects. They outdid themselves. The effects, the animation, it's just cool. Alright, my guy, how about you? Doing great. Enjoying Plague Storm, nerding out over it. Oh yeah, we did pick up Arkenstein. We can do that. From Blightcaller Energy, how to fix it. Make sure you have DLC 4 downloaded. Verify your cache, check your downloads, etc., etc. First thing I'm eating today is ice cream. Surely this is fine. Making a Blight Burr melee build. Farm gear now. Nice. There's a dot. That's a dot. I'm sorry, Bark. Damn. I didn't expect that to go that quickly. We didn't use the correct elements there. That was just a dark magic one eating Bark like that. I think what happened was the damage from hitting the weak spot applied a dark magic dot because of my plate mail, and that just ate. Cook tasty chili con carne so my family can be happle and gruntled. I hope that they are whelmed as well. You want to be happle, gruntle, and whelmed. That should be the name of your memoir, Sora. Happle, gruntle, and whelmed. The Sora Star story. Also say Sora Star story 5 times fast. Plaguestorm would be my actual skill of choice for Blightcaller. Bog Totem's really cool, but I think functionally, in any area where you're not constantly moving forward, Plaguestorm's just better. Provided you can get good cooldown on it. That's why in playthroughs, Pog Totem. Endgame, Plaguestorm. And in particular versus bosses, Plaguestorm is going to be huge. Now, there's some bosses that Plaguestorm can't hit. For example, Banshee. That's where I switched it from the Shadows. Good call on validating files. Started the download now. Cool. Morning, Okanamai. How you doing? Alright, we got a lot of crystals here. So we can spend them in different areas. I'd like an upgrade to a blue cake. I'd still want those load busters as well. That Godzuka might be okay. No, that's a 2 ammo per shot one. No, thank you. Thought on the Bedlam isn't terrible. An Ascended Sermon. Guess I'll take that. What else has good dots, chat? What are we thinking? I could go pistols for Perceiver. That would be okay. Ooh, I could grab Shadowfire. Do I have any on me? I think I want a Shadowfire. Don't forget combobulated and crossblade. Crossblade's an option. Let's go for a fire shadow fire. And a crossblade. Message. Message is pretty okay. Not bad, just getting up and out of work on Blight before going to work. Respectable. Hey Poison Dart, how you doing? Good to see you. Wonder if oil and spice could have some fun tech with Blightcaller, like using the oil to amp the damage of like a fire cannonballer for a really big dot. That sounds like that could be fun. In fact, I'm gonna pick that up so I don't forget that I want to do that. If I get a higher chaos tier volley, I'll try that on this as well. Gluttony, Taser, Queen's Cry. Those are useful. I wouldn't use those in this build, but yeah, those are useful items. Let's hit shotguns as well. Offer root canal in 45 minutes. Oof. Oof. Hope you're having a good day. I am having a good day. Lawn chairs. Hey, Stone Swan. How you doing? You use, for your gun dot stuff, do you use, load busters? Or do you have enough companion figures, get specifically card crossbolts? Forgot? Understandable. Which companion figures do you mean, Owl? Because there's lots of different companion figures that act different ways. Shrikes can apply them. Pixies can't. But Shrikes can. Goop shoots can be ×4. Oh yeah, never mind. That's not a magic barrel. I was confused momentarily. Busting the load. Yeah, I haven't taken this through the mirror yet. We can try that. Shrike's the one where the gun has wings? Yes. Watching someone play Destiny the other day, I thought how cool it would be if Borderlands had that style of raid in the future. Takedowns and see more strikes of the raid boss. I would like more mechanically involved stuff, like in the vein of Destiny for raid content, LGD. The problem is, the one time they have ever done that, Guardian Takedown, Borderlands fans threw a shit fit because there were mechanics. The only time they've ever tried it, and they threw a shit fit. So I'm right there with you, but I don't see it happening. Well, that status damage doesn't look correct. Okay, there we go. Let's Go over to that mirror. Like the guard you take on myself, but I just like that style of play. Yeah, yeah. It fits my preferences as well. Just enjoying Blightgeist at the moment myself. Blightgeist is so thematically cool. Put some stuff in my bank before we do this. I do have a Shadow Fire over here. Thank you for the 100 bits, Coffee's Aurora. Before Quite Lazy Moxie was a KS 14 player. Now look at me, flexes and screams, KS 50 player. Proud of you. Good job. Good job. If you ask some Borderlands players to do more than load and shoot boss 1 or 2 times, check to get drop and save quit, they get angry. Mm-hmm. Never understand how standing on a charge pad and jumping over cracks is such a big deal, because it required you to do something specific, and it's the same subculture of, you can't tell me what to do, even if that telling you what to do is like, hey, don't die.
Skeletons and loot galore. One loot, actually. Mine. There's nothing to fear there but fear itself. Literally.
Also, for the average land player, the term bullet sponge appears to mean the boss didn't die to 2 bullets. Take was the first time I hit difficulty in Borderlands. Digistruck was just gear check. I think Digipeak was well actualized content. It gets the bad rap of OP levels, but it's a distinct thing. I think Digistruck was good content. Don't tell me to die. I'll die if I feel like it. Exactly. How you doing, Senju? And Plague Storm's so cool. Maybe my brother used to do Digi at 30 and it was fun as hell doing it for OP levels, the hell nah. Yeah, I really enjoyed Digistruct as its own content. But like, the second you introduce having to constantly do it for OP levels, more people dislike it. Now, I don't dislike the concept of having to earn your difficulty level. I think that's fine. But when you get to the higher OP levels, it's just like, well, this kind of sucks. Gear tiers for Wonderlands are a major improvement over Mayhem and OP levels. Completely agree. Did the cart disappear? No, there it is. I think the pace was put off with GTD. Borderlands players seem to want constant interaction. The reaction to it from fans seems to put Gearbox even trying anymore. I don't think they have been that put off from it, LGD, because look at Wonderlands. Wonderlands is an entire game of experimentation. So I think they still want to experiment. I think we just need to accept that some people are going to fling their shit at the walls when experimentation happens. And learn to tune them out.
Music to my wallet. I lost so much gold in stocks. Beanstalks specifically. They're not all magical, you know.
This Drake and Josh joke, when Josh told the delivery guy, have a nice day, delivery guy told him not to tell him what to do. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
There's the last piece of gold. It's a little angrier than I expected.
I just hit myself in the face with a rocket. That was a little dangerous.
Thank you for securing my bags. Now to secure my flags.
She's been hugged and satisfied. Cute.
The ruler of this realm is painfully literal. So as he robbed me of my self-worth, he turned all my old standards into actual giant flags with his face on them. And they're protected, of course.
CMU and asked what the top roles to look out for. Ooh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me take a look at this. Okay, Godzuka, Blue Cake, Cannonballer, and these are the max status rolls. Cool. Ooh, Loiter Sack. I didn't even think about that. Loiter Sack could be pretty good. Oh, that Thorn's surprising. Although, with Thorn, like, you just go Perceiver, right? It'd be peakier, but better. Crossblade looking sick, though. Yeah, that Crossblade dot is filthy. And you'd have good consistency there. Rumpy Pumpy. Okay. That's impressive, actually. Do you prefer Perceiver over Thorn? Cool. Go for ×2 on Torg Launcher simply for application chance, even though ×1 could have higher dot. Yeah, I have a ×3 right now, but the dot kind of suffers from that. Yeah, this is the correct value. Eat the biggest, messiest donut? That's a life achievement. Congrats.
Don't judge me by my old standards. Change.
Great Warden really isn't bad. Great Warden's cool. It's a bit, like, modest compared to things like Salt and Battery, you know, Rage Handle. But it's definitely good. Spirit Swarm sticking around while you're down is so fucking nice.
Imaginatively done.
I get status effect and damage chance on my gear. You can get both of those on Amulet passive. You can use Demon Blight rings from this DLC. Miasmic Mail armor from DLC 2 also gives both of those. And then there's one enchant that is status damage and duration, and there's one enchant that's status damage and chance. Then you've got Caustic Hilt or Diamond Guard. I'm using neither of those right now, though, because Echo Amp more important. Get a melee up in DLC 1? No. No. Demon Blight doesn't do anything weird in status formula, does it? It just works like amulet boosts. As far as I'm aware, it just works like amulet boosts. Hey Jacket Boy, how you doing? I love dots. Me too. Me too. Dots are friend. Dot builds are just so satisfying.
You and I are alike. We both love a little loot. This world is a mix of memory and imagination. Like a song where you only remember every other rhyme, so you half sing and half mumble. The ruler here lives in those cracks in my memory, lurking in the shadows of every gaslight. He stole the song.
Sure, it's hard to make dots work on Amara and BL3. The game just didn't work that way. It actually did work that way, though, LGD. Stone Swan, right there, made a series of very successful dot builds. There's actually one of them in the builds document as well. Wasn't as well known as other things that the character was doing, but it did work. That's kind of what developed my enthusiasm for dot stuff. Stone Swan's work in that game. What's your thoughts on a Blightgeist companion build? My thoughts on that is Graveborn doesn't do much for companions, despite what it presents itself as. If you're going to do companion stuff, I would think that Shroom Wraith would be infinitely better than Blightgeist.
These are all bad eggs. Don't feel bad about breaking them. My heart's singing a new tune now.
Like this DLC, the cart room's at Egg Room, you can just kind of run through quick if you want to move on. It's like having an optional pacing instead of the time room in one. Yeah. Back, how to change screens. Welcome back, Tron. Go check that out. Admit my build skills are subpar compared to some of you guys. It's one of those things. The way Stone Swan and I became acquainted is I didn't think a thing was possible, and he was like, nope, here it is. Here's me doing it. You're wrong. And I was like, that's fucking awesome. So yeah, it's cool to see what's possible, and the only way you can have a greater understanding of what's possible is if you have a bunch of people doing different things, right? Get fact check? I was fact checked, and I'm glad I was. This is amazing what having the right response can do. Yeah, Outlook plays a big role. And I don't mean the Microsoft thing. I mean your outlook on build crafting. And your ability to admit when you were wrong about something. Then again, learn in lands, always try out ideas, maybe be surprised by the results. Yeah. Experimentation may as well be the name of the game. Get rid of this barrel, because I'm taking a lot of damage. Don't want to go down to that. Does Oath of Thunder and Oath of Fire work on Pog Totem? No, they're not guns. Pog Totem is ability damage. Oath of Thunder is melee, Oath of Fire is guns. Wonderlands is a much more interesting game name. True. Science Lands wouldn't sell for shit. Collab with Bill Nye, put his face on the cover, call it Bill Nye's Science Lands. Boom. You would play a Bill Nye looter shooter. Don't lie. Don't fucking lie to me. I'll take two. How you doing, Gambler? Might be the interaction, just remember someone saying there's a fuckery with Oaths and Blightcaller. There isn't. Please land using the spell just to keep up in chance. Yeah, sure. So, Arc Torrents are good here because lightning damage can apply lightning status effects, which is good for amped up, which gives me movement speed and constantly regens my wards. Also, because of the multi-charges and short cooldown, I'm able to spam as soon as my Plague Storm ends. I can just cast this 4 times, and then each of those casts will shave off 20% of the cooldown of my Plague Storm. So if I was to... I'll show that for you once this Plague Storm ends. So keep an eye on my Plague Storm cooldown as this ends. It's almost all back now. Thanks, you're welcome. You can get even better cooldown on this, honestly. Like, if instead of any of these parts here, you got cooldown parts, you can get it down to like 7 seconds, 6 seconds per charge. This is just what I happen to pick up off the ground. I don't think I would want more charges, because that gives a cooldown penalty. Although maybe 5 charges at like an 8.5 second cooldown each would be more optimal. Because then I could shave off that last little chunk.
There's treasure waiting to be collected.
Rage Handle's disgusting. It is. It is very, very strong. That's a Ludite.
There reminded me that they stole that light from me. On top of
One of the Arcane Bolt's got bad dot chance.
I know where it is.
Yeah, also more animation commitment on Arcane Bolt. Arc Torrent's just too fast. And has a wider AoE.
Yes.
Cat. One second. I heard a cat sneeze. I think that was Kevin. Jake's somewhere. I don't know where. He's hiding somewhere. Varied handle fun as hell? Yeah. The flamethrower spell good for this? I think it has 6 charges. Inflammation would be good for this. Inflammation was what I was originally using for this. I have one on me here. Yeah, Kevin's coughing. Okay, buddy? He's had, like, lifelong breathing stuff. But I wanted an Arc Torrent specifically to apply lightning dots for amped up. So if inflammation came in lightning, then yeah, I'd use it, but it doesn't.
It's burning. We must be close. If I seem cold, it's because these monsters stole my soul fire. We all need a light in our lives, and mine was ripped from my heart. By the looks of it, they're keeping it here.
I've never explored this bit, so I'm coming back here just to see what's over here. Torque pistol shoots a fish. The message. Yeah, that's the message. Missed the crustacean fact of the day. You did. You still have that on hand, Sora? There you go. Thank you. Educating and frightening.
They put my soul fire into a wyvern head? Destroy that abomination.
What if it was one crustacean fact and one crustacean lie? Way to figure out which was which. I don't like that game. Ouch.
My powers! Oh, my luscious, fiery, gorgeous powers! If I was alone, I would swaddle myself in them and never leave.
Not Vorkanar, Vorkanot.
We have one last task to execute.
I wouldn't care if this was Vorkanar though. Like, I genuinely don't care that they reuse a boss, because guess what? We got a mini boss. Like, would we have rather had DLC 1 wait for the water to fill room here? Progress is progress.
My one piece of advice for the monster you're about to face.
It doesn't bother me either. Hell, Elden Ring did it. Yeah, it's gameplay.
From your mind. They are the living embodiment of every lost soul's fear. He feeds on our pain. Don't dwell on the hurt. Instead,
Oh look, soon to be corpse.
I think we're bullying him. Well, I think it's safe to say this does pretty well against the boss. I was gonna go use the cannon, but okay.
Way too much.
Okay.
Happening is out of 10 when it could be taken down to like a 3.
of course, you've collected more
Cool.
long.
Redmore doesn't like tots. I'm noticing that. Cause that really big chunk? Plague Storm.
Dreamville. I do love to get
Plague Storm. How you doing, Frilio? Getting a Chaos 50 for the nth time's a bit boring. Gunblade Spore is much fun, though. I personally don't mind the Chaos 50 progression, because you're doing the same gameplay you would be doing at Chaos 50. And you're still gearing up along the way. I don't mind it. But to each their own. Yeah, we got some souls. Broke down, changed my Bereaver into a Deadshot. Aw. Bereaver can work, it's just, you need a lot of gear support, and it's... Graveborn's pretty specific in what it makes powerful. Great for spellcasting, exceptional for spellcasting. And then for certain inferior stuff, it's quite good. But then for, like, other things, you gotta squint to find the power. Yeah, it's an understandable response, Reckless Monster.
Man, or rather, demon.
It's so
Primordial Rage Handle.
why?
Echo isn't great on this, but it's a lightning Rage Handle. I'll take it.
Teasing. But it did feel important, didn't it? Is that a weapon? Your favorite?
A weapon. Just like me.
I've no doubt you'll find a way to decimate more baddies with it than I can even imagine.
Was Echo not great on it because you're attacking so fast, can't build up any of the damage sources? Exactly. Exactly that. I thought that said fertile. I thought that in chat said fertile. I was like, you said what? Gearbox? Sorry. First level's reward is lacking compared to what I got used to farming at Chaos 50. You think that's the problem? What do you mean by first level? The recharge Tidebreaker. That's not bad. But I'm sure I have one of those somewhere. You know, I enjoyed that enough. I want to do another run. Very little resources for the bunnies, all of one chaos. I mean, it depends on proportionally where you are. The low chaos levels, below 20, yeah, you get very little. But starting 20 onwards, you get enough that you can go for a decent amount of stuff. Especially if you're grabbing containers as you go.
The key to success in that world is to try.
And it is for Blightclaw. Blightclaw has potentially the most crit chance of any multi-class, not including having From the Shadows on.
This world you're afraid of.
Because you could have the Pog Totem crit, plus the Frostbite crit, plus Awe. So you could do some sort of build with, hell, you could just do dots with that, and then have your dots be critting quite a bit. Having Oath of Fire and Oath of Thunder means you are able to apply lots and lots of dots very easily. Like, you could be shooting a gun of one element, have Oath of Fire also applying fire from that gun, and then you could be throwing your hammer with the other hand and apply Oath of Thunder and that, or you could be casting a Smithy's Ire and then applying fire and lightning through that, etc, etc. Ow, holy fuck. I've been gamered. I think I might just be dead. That was close. You get the idea. Oath of Thunder a little less useful for this this scenario, but you could go Oath of Fire, and be having that that bonus fire damage that I don't have right now, because I'm not using Body Rune, I'm using a triple amp. And how much potential crit chance is Frostbite? It's 36%. You can get up to 72% from Frostbite if you got armor for it. Which, for reference, is almost as much as Stabbo class feat. Actually, that's more. Yeah, that's more. You can get more with 6 out of 3 Frostbite than you get off of, Stabbo class feat with 100% class power. Or 99% is what you can get. So yeah, both Clawbringer and Blightcaller can have more crit than Stabbo. Both crit chance and crit damage. So combining them together is going to get you some pretty crazy numbers. Hey TSG, how you doing?
Is helping my self-worth and my net worth.
Oh, hey, I guess I'm up there now. Good, how about you? Doing great. Enjoying doing dot stuff. It's a good time.
Every bit counts. And I'll have to count every bit, because these jerks are a bunch of swindlers.
Ouchies. Isn't crit chance really bad on weapons? What do you mean by that?
Looks like the last piece of gold just woke up. Have at it.
die? Thank you. Thought I found my cup personal launchpad, and it sucks. Cup herself, it's way better. Seriously thinking about using Last with the fish slap instead. I mean, yeah.
You are the gold standard. How about we add some back
I did tell you it was a waste of your time. Sorry to ask, can you show and explain the Arc Torrent and cooldown spell again? Yeah. The augments here are not necessarily doing anything for me. What I care about is this has 4 charges, 7.5 second cooldown. Go full crit chance, have like 12%. Well, yeah, that's because guns have a base crit chance of 5%. If you're referring to guns specifically here, I guess that's what you mean by weapons. So, you know, I have over 100% global crit stuff for guns, and like that takes me to almost 11%, which isn't noteworthy. But crit chance is better for other things. For example, dots, which don't have their own crit chance value. So global crit stuff like Awe and Frostbite and Stab Out Class Feat help dots out a lot. Melee and spells have very high base crit chances, because you can have, say, a spell with base of 13.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey, Don. Thank you for the Prime for the 23 months. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And melee weapons, you could have crit chance base of, say, 17. So having that base value be higher is what makes melee and spells much easier to get high crit chance values on. Guns just have the base of 5. But guns can just go for crit spots, so they don't need it. Anyway. But it's good for dots and things like that. Hey, Stizzits, how you doing?
of this realm is pain.
Does backstory really matter? Should I just pick what seems funny? I mean, it's stats, but it doesn't matter that much. You can't, like, permanently screw yourself over or anything. Doing great, glad to hear. Hey, Herrera, how are you?
In my closet. They like to play dead, even though they're always lurking in the back of my mind. Get up, you're not fooling anyone. Get rid of these skeletons and destroy those standards. I don't need them anymore. All these flags, and I still didn't know bad news when I saw them.
There's maybe adhere to a schedule. Like a sycophant. Tried, no one said this area is cut content from the tutorial. I'm sure some hater has said it.
How could I have been so blind to all of these flags before?
Oh, this map reminds me of Renfest. Yeah, it does look very Ren Fairy. Yeah, yeah. Good shot, Raven's Wrath. Did I see her do anything? Not to my knowledge. It's been like 30 minutes whacking him around. DLC 4 really do be teaching people an alternate definition of standard. It's a vocab tutorial. I love learning stuff. So, like, I knew of the use of the word, but I haven't used the word standard in that context in a while. It's cool to be able to. Your Blightcaller's crazy. How you liking it? Liking it a lot, Walnut. It's very flexible. You can do a bunch of cool things with it. the dot stuff is very popular. And that's what you're seeing right now. This is a dot build. I don't have much gun damage. I have no melee damage, really. Very little ability. And it's not a spell build. What you're seeing is dots. And it's quite good. Oh no. Okay, I have this barrel here for that. That's fine. That was scary. If Blight can have the flexibility, who has the reach? Alright, Garrus. Standard actually mean like flag? Yeah. It's one of the uses. Built-in anima skill now included, yeah. Because we took Virulence, which does the duration thing that anima did, and then we took Potent Poisons, which does the duration thing and the damage thing. So we just have so much dot duration. We have 70% just from that, and then we have from Demon Blight, we get even more on certain dot kinds, depending on your rolls. Yeah. Really long-lasting dots. Any thought been put into build doc? Yes. It is something that has been discussed a couple times the last few days. I do have plans to mobilize the team and get that going at some point soon. No specific time frame on that, but the plan is for it to happen, yes. It's more left side of Stabo. No. Giving up Nimble Fingers for Swift Death made some people look sideways at me, but for dots, it makes sense. Especially because I'm using an amp ward, so my Flawless Edge uptime is imperfect. Blightcaller is so interesting. I'd be happy seeing making builds for each multi-class. It is very cool. I want to do some different Bogbarian stuff. This was gonna be Bogbarian, which is Blightbur. I ended up going a different direction, but I want to do some gun build stuff with that multi-class. It would be non-dot, but I want to do some gun stuff with it. Because you could use unarmored defense in combination with the ward stuff to get really, really high amp shot uptime. And I want to try and do something like constantly amping a White Rider, like every tick. Which we're getting good uptime of amp on this, but not every tick. I'd like to preemptively thank the team on behalf of people who can't build to save their lives. What would be the proving ground standard for builds at being the dock? No BO3 is MTD and GTD. It'd probably be completing Chaos 50 standard run in a certain period of time. Generally, the barometer is for like viable builds is if you can clear a standard run in like under 10 minutes. That's like the word of mouth standard these days. Obviously, case by case stuff would differ, but yeah. Bogbaron's one of the ones I'm most interested in since I love Burr. Yeah, it's a real generalist. You can just do a lot of different stuff with Bogbarian. My focal point is ward stuff, because that's just the part of Blight I find the most interesting personally. We'll see what I end up doing with that. Ooh, maybe a perma-amp last rites kind of thing, because that shoots slow enough.
You're the most badass of them all. You're doing great.
Cursed armor, unarmored defense with ward skills. Well, the thing with unarmored defense is a lot of skills don't account for it. So for example, Harbinger and Mage Armor will still be looking at your maximum, not what you actually have because of the reservation with unarmored, meaning with unarmored defense active, Mage Armor doesn't give you 10% per point, it gives you 20% per point. So 2 out of 1 Mage Armor with unarmored, if you use, you know, Spellclaw armor to do that, you get 40% of your wards back every time you get a Spellweaving stack. I want to see if the same sort of stuff can be taken advantage of with Blightcaller instead of Spell Shot.
Making excellent progress. The treasure room is open. Go and reap the rewards of your labor.
Can we change in my Twitch nickname? Okay.
While you were raiding that treasure, I remember
Thank you for the heads up. I like to know who people are.
I'd like it back now.
Now, good afternoon. Hey, son. How you doing? Full battery is a strong option. The thing with full battery is it doesn't do any meaningful damage, and it's one of the lower amping wards.
Cold, it's
So, like, I would say full battery is not really a strong option. It simply doesn't have any scaling in place. While leveling, sure. But the damage of a full battery at C50 and full ascended gear is the same as the damage of a full battery at level 40 non-chaotic. But enemies have massively more health. And if you're looking for an amp shield, then there's triple amp purple, there's Deuces. True that AoE radius can spawn double in artifacts? No. What it is that you normally can't get AoE radius on artifacts, but if you get it in slot 2 or 3 on any of the artifacts that can roll primary and secondary, then it includes radius. So let's say you're running a Vic Rush. If area damage is in slot 2 or 3, it is including radius. That is not a double roll, it is including a thing that it doesn't normally have. This requires specifically secondary roll of AoE radius. This does mean that any roll of the company man with area damage just always has that, because it only rolls secondaries. I saw Moxie put it into good use yesterday in C50, is why I mentioned probably a different shield. If full battery is being used, then it is not being used for the purposes of damage dealing. It's for applying things, because it just does not have the base damage mathematically to do anything. It was likely something else. That, or he was just using it for amp for what was on hand.
That wyvern has my fire. I hope it gives you heart.
How you doing, Manic Geek? Good to see you. We got a lot of souls from this run so far as well. Like, we're just casually over 1,000 souls.
My powers. Oh, my luscious, fiery, gorgeous powers. If I was alone, I would swaddle my
Success 3 amped up makes it strong enough to easily keep up man shields. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm running right now.
We have one last task to execute.
I think the lightning strike prog amped up, so it kind of does make sense. Damage isn't great. Yeah, it's there for proccing things. That makes some amount of sense. Yeah. I'm just using a lightning spell to do that. But if you were not using a direct damage lightning spell, then yeah, it is a way to do it. Logical. Logical pick. Trying to spell out Chaos Climb. Just the Walmart version of McQuag. What have you done? A lot of people are doing Blight Stabo stuff. Loading screen. It's a very popular thing. This is just my stab at it. I haven't looked at... pun intended. I haven't looked at what other people are doing with it. And this is just kind of something I threw together while listening to video game music last night.
My one piece of advice for the
I'd like wards to get chaos scaling won't really change the shield we use, has potential to break things, maybe not the best idea. I don't think it would be bad. I don't, like, what damage would it cause? What, you end up in a situation where Afterburner does too much? Okay, good luck triggering it. And people complain about survivability enough that, like, if the strat was to take damage to trigger Afterburner, they would cry. I don't think chaos scaling ward damage would be bad at all. And you could apply it to a couple other things that need it, like Pandemicium. I think we'd be perfectly fine there. Got my double strength coffee now. First cup made. I should get some more caffeine shortly. Plague Storm is so fucking good.
incredible. You defeated fear itself. How does it feel?
Like, way too much. The emoting happening is out of 10, when it should be down, like, a 3.
Heard more would happen. Dots. Now imagine if my launcher was actually good. I'm not using a good launcher right now. I have to open with the launcher because he spawns out of White Rider range.
It's a good night to face your fears. And the
You know, let's hit this a few more times, and then I want to go get a crossblade, a pistol option as well, and go back to farm for launcher upgrades. Some Fire Demon Blight. I'll take that. So with Plague Storm, you shoot a high damage weapon for 10 seconds to activate Plague Storm. Plague Storm just takes your damage and turns it into more damage. So anything you do that is not ability is going to feed into Plague Storm. With dots, you can do a lot of passive damage in that time, and then, for example, deliver Echo to deliver another percentage of that. That Echo damage is then going to feed into Plague Storm. So combining Plague Storm, Echo, and then whatever else, as long as it's not ability for your other damage output, leads to Plague Storm doing a lot. And then you can Echo off of the Plague Storm. So Plague Storm and Echo, technically speaking, if you have the right formula, can keep leapfrogging each other. And then if any of those, either of those, apply a status effect, then you get a Spirit Swarm of that value, which is going to do even more damage, that you can then Echo and Plague Storm off of. So if you have enough targets and the right formula, you can keep leapfrogging your damage to higher and higher numbers. Hey Silly Wiggles, how you doing? Just got Wonderlands this past week. You should go trade for Chaos 50 quick as possible. It's a good idea to grind out gear. I've already reached Chaos 13 without much issue. Remember, Chaos 50 is optional. You do not... There's no content locked behind higher Chaos levels. It's not like BO3 or 2 where certain items are behind certain OP or Mayhem levels. It's not like that at all. So you don't need to rush. And because the gear system in this game with Chaos tiered items is in brackets, you see you got Chaotic, Volatile, Primordial, Ascended, it opens up in brackets. So you have the same maximum possible gear on Chaos 1 that you do on 19. You have the same max on 20 as you do on 34. The same on 35 as you do on 49. So only in increments does your new available gear go up. And it's worth noting that you get proportionally weaker at each gear cap because the increase in stats is smaller than the increase in enemy stats. So it is just a pure difficulty increase. If you play for the difficulty, then go up until you feel comfortable or appropriately challenged. Or hit the max, whichever. But if you're playing for your enjoyment, take it at your own pace. And I encourage experimentation along the way. Rushing to the end point is a great way to feel lost once you get to this point, because not only are enemies a lot tankier, they also hit harder. And enemies hitting harder is something that's really tripping up people who just go for big number without learning how to survive. Survivability is a thing you can get tripped up on in this game. So I would experiment. And keep in mind that gear you get on lower chaos levels can still be useful later on. For example, the ring that I just picked up a moment ago, this Demon Blight, this is a non-chaos tiered. So this could drop on Chaos 0 with these exact rolls, this exact stats, completely identical. But because the nature of this ring is good enough, and I'm playing a dot build, this could be useful to me all the way at C50. So your time put in on lower levels is not wasted. So you don't need to push as fast as possible if you don't want to, if that all makes sense. Tried any Protagonizer Blightcaller stuff? Not yet, Cub, but I want to. I do want to. Protagonizer versus Theurge is something that I've been thinking about. I think Theurge, just to get more totems out, is gonna win. Especially now that we found that Blood of the Fallen doesn't do anything with totems, sadly. You're looking at either Ancient Hilt spam or Theurge spam to actually have your max totems out. Primordial Wicked Gossip, I'll take it. Actually a decent lethal catch. Hang on. Action skill duration, SMG mag size. Take that for a different build. Dark Magic Spore Protagonizer. I want those, but gun handling and it's non-chaos tiered. Sad. Alright, let me make some inventory space. I feel like there's some armors here I don't necessarily need. Cool. Burr Capstone is what I was looking to do for mines. Lame doesn't work. Burr Capstone doesn't have a lot of great options to pair with. It does have a lot of great options, Cub. It's just, unfortunately, Blightcaller isn't... At least, Plague Totem isn't one of them. You could go Burr Capstone Plague Storm and have a Plague Storm that lasts for the entire room. That's an option. And Burr Capstone's already great for regaining your Reaper of Bones cooldown, having really long Dreadwinds, keeping From the Shadows going for an absurd amount of time. Blood has Fallen has great uses. It's just, unfortunately, Bog Totem is not one of them. Which I do wish was different. Forgot about this gun. 8-piece. It is crossbolts. This is Bog Totem you speak of? Ah, sorry, Pog Totem. Pog Totem. We gotta say it correctly.
Come on, have some fun.
Let's do boss runs.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in.
Keep reaching for my mug, but it's empty. See, imagine having this active for, like, the whole room, instead of just most of it. Berserker could do that. Finished my Blightcaller campaign playthrough. Is probably the most fun playthrough I've had. Character's really good. Yeah, Bubba. I really enjoyed my playthrough as well. Just a good time. Trying to decide on taking Blight Capstone or not on a Blight Claw. I would go with a Blight Capstone, personally. Is Pog Totem should be Pogs or is Pog? Both. It is both. Also been enjoying the hell out of Blightcaller. It's pretty fun. I think they knocked it out of the park with this class. I think expectations were through the roof for it, and I think they still managed to deliver. It's good annoying to have a back burner for mobbing. I mean, it depends on what else is happening in your setup. If you're rotating ASE often enough, you could go with ASE Splash. If you happen to be below half, you could run URAD. You could do Kill Stack if you are reloading it. Consec otherwise would just be a good catch-all. Is Chaos the only thing to do after main story? There's the mirrors, the DLC content. There is also constructing builds, aka the same thing you do in every other Lands game. You can go get collectibles. You can go do all of these side stories. This game has the most side areas of any Lands game they've ever released in the base game. There's 4 raid bosses also within the Chaos Chamber. There's plenty of stuff to do. Splash better than weapon damage? Situational. Generally speaking, on Mo's, no, because you already have Splash covered. Getting your gun damage higher is a better overall result. Not to mention all the challenges give you bonuses. Yeah, getting all those collectibles gives you, if you look over here, oh, they added icons to these. That's nice. I don't know when they did that, but they added icons to these. Those weren't there before. And you get all these buffs from getting the collectibles. Can play the age-old game of will this chest be a mimic? Sometimes I get mimics during raid boss fights, and I'm just like, okay, that's rude. That's rude. Why are you doing this to me? During the Gloop fight, I'm like, I really need ammo, and then just a mimic starts eating my face. Airborne? Yeah, Airborne's a good shout. Trade secret. Although I don't think you can get that anymore, even offline. What about enemy health? 150 over 90? The thing with that is backburner is a lot of individual hits, so you would only get the benefit of that on one hit. Makes me mad I very rarely see a Mimic. I want more Mimics. A couple times they've given us Mimic-only runs, and those have always been a sight to see. It's actually the best money farm in the game when that happens. It's a really good secondary class for Stabmancer. Stabmancer kind of just pairs well with anything, House. It depends on what you're doing. For melee, you could go Burr or Blight or Claw. For guns, you could go Spell Shot, Spore Warden, or Berserker. I'm doing dot stuff with Blightcaller right now. That's fun. Love how you can bounce between BL3 knowledge and Wonderland's knowledge so easily. A lot of time in each. A lot of time in each. And the reason why we're able to pump out community resources so quickly for Wonderland's info is because of the framework of how we learned how to do things during the BL3 cycle. The similar thing happened to, although it was with different people, with TPS, as new things came out in that game. Because people figured out the core stuff from BL2, it was a lot easier to translate that knowledge over. I guess Grave is the tougher one to build with Stabbo. Yeah. Builds that go for gun damage don't use melee. I didn't say that at all. A good example of a melee weapon you can use on a gun-focused build is something like this. This Twin Soul. Twin Soul's effect is it can have 2 hilt mods. An Amp is a hilt mod that is only useful for if you're trying to do damage with guns. An Echo only stacks up off of non-melee damage. So this is perfect for an item for you to equip in your melee slot on a gun build. And there's lots of skills that give you incentive to use melee attacks in gun builds. For example, this over here, Nimble Fingers. Fire rate and spell damage when you melee. Lots of reasons to use melee weapons on every kind of build. Hey, Will, thank you for the 23. Almost 2 years. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? It's one of those games that encourages the use of all tools at your disposal for max effect in your builds. Yeah. It do be like that. Fuck, champ indeed. Yo, pull up your skill tree one more time? Yeah, absolutely. Let me finish this boss fight first. I can go over the full build in the loot room if you would like me to. Diogenes? Please tell me how to pronounce it, which one was correct, or, you know, if it's the third option. However you pronounce it is fine. Usually just go by
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Dio because it's simpler.
Komodo hype, Komodo hype, Komodo hype, Komodo hype, Komodo hype.
There it is. Thank you again, Will. Thank you so much. Jodo reference. Okay, Dio. We'll go with Dio. Yeah, skill tree wise. I am running armor right now. That's where I'm getting the 3 extra points in amped up and the 1 in Wraithmail. So this is 0 and then this is 3 with normal investment. But I've got max Virulence, max Geist in the Shell, 2 in Flawless Edge, max amped up. I've got Bogged Down, 1 in Worst Curse, max Frostbite, 1 in Burnt Offering, max Toxicity. I've taken Restore the Veil and Spirit Swarm using Plague Storm action skill. I situational switched to From the Shadows for 1 boss, but then in Stabotry, Potent Poisons, Haste, Exploit their Weakness, just enough Swift Death to get down to max out Contagion. And hero points wise, max out crit damage, max status damage, remainder in crit chance. Gear, I'm using a White Rider, Twin Soul, 2 Demon Blights, triple Amp Ward, Corrupted Plate Mail with bad passives, honestly. I'm using an Arc Torrent for spamming this Theurge for better cooldown. This is that one boss. It's Banshee, actually. But Plague Storm does hit Imelda. Banshee is the one that I switched to From the Shadows for. And then Feodor I just don't do, because you can't dot the Soul Cells. Although, I wonder if you can build up a good enough Spirit Swarm from the ads and then send that at the Soul Cells. I haven't tried that. Alright, let's go for Crossblades. It does when she doesn't teleport. Okay, that's toxic. You can stick Spirit Swarm to her, and it'll follow it, so that's something. How's you feeling on Wastard? Wastard is one of the easiest, if not outright the easiest boss in the game. Genuinely. Unironically. Because here's the thing with Wastard. He does damage, but he can't hit you. If you are paying enough attention and you go in with the correct mindset, he just can't hit you. Like, his accuracy with the skull attack is so bad that he sometimes misses you while you're standing still. And provided you're not this close to him, all you have to do is strafe in one direction and he can't hit you. Then it's just the purple Nova attack. You just take a quick hop back or you break line of sight. And he's just free. He doesn't move much. He's got an open crit spot. Favorable elemental matchups to most kinds of damage dealing builds. He doesn't have an armor bar, which means poison, the less commonly used element until Blightcaller came out, isn't required to have your ideal matchup. Just wards, which is the easiest matchup, and then health, which is the second easiest, and then bone, which is, you know, a lot of people have cryo. And in his cryo phase, he's just a pushover anyway. Wastard's genuinely easy. Got some work to do for sure. I'm only about level 20 in my first playthrough. Hey, I hope you're enjoying it. There's so much to love in this game. I'm a big builds nerd, so I dig into all the damage formula stuff and that kind of nonsense, but you don't have to deal with that ever if you don't want to, but it's something you can absolutely deal with later and enjoy your playthrough and your experimentation until then. Having a brain fart, where can I check my overall status chance? There's no place to check that, LGD. The way you'd have to reverse engineer it is you can see the base status chance of your guns and spells and melee on them, but you'd have to do a bit of math with your additional status chance to find your true status chance. There's nowhere to see that. Is this game worth it? I have over 1,300 hours and I stream it 5 days a week. I also play it off stream. So you tell me if I think it's worth it, Fireplace. You tell me. I think that pushed me to get it was the voice actors for sure. Yeah, Perik recommended bother you about builds. Oh, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. And Perik's a good friend. Always sending people my way. I don't think I've ever seen you not play Tiny Tina's. On Saturdays, I played different games. I played Spider-Man this past Saturday. Saturday before was Devil May Cry 5. Every once in a while, I'll do a Borderlands 3 stream. as well. But yeah, this is my main game that I play. It's a good time. Thanks, thought there was somewhere I could check. I played too many looters. Yeah, this doesn't have a complete stat screen. Like Outriders has that, Godfall has that, Diablo has that. I would like the next Lands game to have... I mean, they took a step towards that with the hero stat screen, right? There's a lot of information you would want, but not all of it. Like, you don't have a total of any stats here, except for crit, class power, and dark magic efficiency. And loot luck isn't a combat stat. Having a full stat screen would be very nice. Build up to Plague Storm just working so satisfying. Yeah, I really enjoy it a lot. Not a lot of luck here with the shotguns. That's the word I was looking for. Why is this Bloodshot's dot so good? For a ×8, that doesn't seem correct. That could be really good, actually. I hope they keep the anything can crit system in future Lands games. Yeah. The one downside is with the hero point system, with strength existing, it's just kind of because of this system, it's goated, but you have enough points to put into other stats, so I think it's fine. I guess Bloodshot's dot isn't affected by projectile count like that. At least not significantly. That's kind of good to know. But so many crystals in the Shotgun Bunny is always the point. Yeah, I haven't hit the Shotgun Bunny regularly in a while, and I'm remembering why. Alright, let's do another one. Andy Samberg, yeah. The voice acting in these games, very, very good. Do I have that I can reroll? I'm gonna put something on this. If I get the, Actually, do I even want the Blight enchant on this? Because it doesn't apply to Furiors. I'll just roll until I get something I'm okay with settling on. Sure. Test this out. Because the dot chance on that looks like low, but the dot damage looks good, and the projectile count's high. Oh yeah, the visual bug, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Ha! I was debated. Yeah, that looks much more correct. Ski prod for this, maybe. Sad about it. Fragment Rain's got a very, very powerful dot there. Almost 100 damage. Go back to that then. What's the stagecoach called in this game? Kettle Drum. And it can roll a 25. The Kettle Drum is part for part completely identical to the stagecoach. Trust in Magic might have been a bit of a confident pick. How about Bang Stick? Body Rocker. Same deal. Bang Stick is Body Rocker. Kettle Drum Or, Stagecoach's Kettle Drum. Yeah. Really like them BL3. Me too. They're both very good in this game as well.
Cloudy days are the best
It's so satisfying. Thing I do is just before I enter the bunny room, put a marshmallow spell and Brad Luck amulet on to stop me dying. Loot luck goes up to 73,000, it helps. Yeah, loot luck definitely helps. I prefer using non-Brad Luck amulets. But yeah, use what you got. He's gonna amp Echo Twin Soul? Yes. Amp is gonna provide a larger damage increase than Caustic. And Echo is just too good to pass up in dot builds and in Plague Storm builds, and I'm doing both, so. One of my favorite combos? Yeah. Level 35 yesterday, now I'm cast 20, was grinding like crazy. Good job, Thermal. Oh, we can showcase how Wastard can be trivialized. This is perfect timing. So, he can't really hit you from here. Even through all this visual pollution, he's having some trouble. I can just set up my dots on him. And he's just gonna keep going for that attack that he can't hit me with. And there you go. How's Amp better than Caustic even on dot builds? Because Amp is an on-shot modifier. On-shot modifiers will increase the resulting dot from what you hit with because it's an increase to the base, not an on-hit modifier, basically. So an Amp hilt is 50% more damage. It is multiplicative with everything else. So 50% more damage on a White Rider tick is gonna equate to more than the 30% status damage I would get. That admittedly would double dip with Spirit Swarm. But like, if I make my base number 50% bigger, then that's a bigger result. So that's why I'm using an Amp ward here as well, because Amp from different sources is also multiplicative with each other, because it's entirely unique. So I have 100% more damage for a tick here, and then I have 50% more damage for a tick here. And those will just function as increases to the base. Plague Storm's actually good. Plague Storm's insanely good. And the difference between on-shot and on-hit modifiers is important because, for example, gun damage boosts do not increase dots that guns leave because they're on-hit.
Love my job.
Overload would be nice, just like there's one for BL3s, we see all gear. Yeah, hopefully we get that in the next game. Hopefully. I do miss EchoCast. Good week to farm Spellblades and White Riders, by the way, chat. White Rider is a very desirable, just all-purpose gun and a good dot application source. Its dedicated source is Wastard, as is the Spellblade, just insanely useful melee weapon. Both drop from this guy. This is one of the most efficient bosses to just farm whenever he's in the featured. Because both his drops are just really, really good. Decided to nerf myself, not use crazy class mod I have, and use Blightcaller stuff. Fine, using an Ascended Purple Amulet though. As long as you're having fun. Gonna get a consumes 2 ammo one from him. Yeah, if you're looking to use the gun for actual damage output, like from the gun itself, a 2 ammo per shot one is better. But I'm finding for the dots, I'm liking this ×1 because it's just got a little bit of a higher base. Do I have my other wire rider? Yeah, you can compare. So like, more total damage from the gun itself with the 2 ammo per shot, but the individual dot is higher from the 1. So I don't know if it's better, but I think either variant of the White Rider can be good here. Now, my 2 ammo per shot one has the crit boost, so it's probably more damage, but I'm liking using this ×1 for right now. Just because I have it, I got it as is with the enchant on the ground, and I was like, let me see how this works out.
Time to put someone in a cast.
Chums. I haven't gotten Chums on this build yet. You'd love to see him. How you doing, buddy?
Stinks. Everything does. Get used to it.
Okay, bye, Chums. He's just a boy. He's just a special boy. Like to commemorate the designer who did Plaguestorm. Plaguestorm is so cool. It's so satisfying in its execution. Ooh, ×3. And its visual design. Like, it's just cool. Plaguestorm is sick. This is trying really hard, actually. Max health, all damage, melee. It's trying. I want to buy that, but I don't know what I would do with it. Is that Flawless Edge? Oh yeah, it's Flawless Edge and Lord of Edges. That's a lot of global damage from one armor here. Ah, that's good. I'm buying it. That hurt money-wise a lot. Like more damage or more procs? Less procs, more damage for what I'm doing right now. Some weapons have a weirdly high reload time, throws me off a bit, especially when I empty the magazine same time I need to reload. It can take some getting used to, yeah. Ooh, that's an empowering sigil with 2 radius parts. I like that a lot. I want to buy that, I don't know what to do with it. Since when does that stop people? Fair point. Fair point. That's my inventory. I can get rid of that bloodshot. Kinda sad I wasted moon orbs on it, but oh well. But that's the trade-off? Yeah, that's the trade-off. The ×2 also consumes ammo faster, so you reload more frequently, which is sometimes relevant, but generally not really. It's still very efficient. Patient number 9. Appreciate the heads up on the name change. Thanks again, you're very welcome. How do I... Are these all just coincidentally... Okay, no, it's stuck. Looking at certain items seems to make the value stick. Okay, this bloodshot has like a good dot, but I would have rather that been lightning bolt. There's crossblade. I want a better one though. Times 6 Rumpy Pumpy still gets 1,000 dot damage? No, it doesn't. Fuck. I hate this. This bug is very frustrating. It's trying to look at dot values and it's like, nope, that's not what that actually is. Functional UI. Just got off work. Hey Viper. Welcome back. Times 1 body rocker. Dot value isn't bad. Disappointed in Hawkins dot damage? Yeah, I was hoping that'd be a little higher as well. See that smug tested Plague Storm and it's just worse ASA 50? No, I have stream remote on. I don't get Discord pings or anything. I don't know if you ping me. But yeah, that's good to know. We did switch off to Action Skill Start 20 global. Because that's better formula wise anyway. But shame about the Plague Storm enchant. Shame about that. I guess it's just like the Blizzard enchant that has no reason to exist. Hell, both Blizzard enchants, really. But oh well, Plague Storm still good. Let's try out this Bloodshot. Provided we can get a decent enchant on it. Convince me game's downloading. Nice. Well, welcome to the Wonderlands. It's a good time. Yummy indeed. And if you extend the duration at all, the enchant stops. Yeah, that's less than ideal. Unfortunate. You wanna give me like a decent enchant? Why do you keep giving me ASA Fire? That's so rude. Ugh. Got a ward I've never seen before, Ancient Deity. Yeah, it's discount Old God, basically, if you played BL3. Enchant stops before it's over? Yeah. Ugh. Those are doing pretty good damage. Like, I'm surprised. Having this ward on is doing me no favors with this. I should use a body rune with this gun, but like... that was surprising. Amp waves look really good. Yeah. I feel like the newest batch of enchants are rolling more than typical class-specific ones. I don't have a great sample size, but yes, kind of. Like, I've gotten the new Berserker one a couple times. I've had pretty good luck with getting the Bog Totem Spirit Swarm one. I haven't had exceptional luck with getting the Bog Totem Ward one, though. That one's been elusive. I don't have anything with that right now. Playing a Blightcaller, not calling blades. What was that shotgun? It's just a bloodshot. A bloodshot Shrike. Yeah, I could use Bloodshots here, but I would want more reload speed for that to be efficient. Twice in a row, crash the dashboard just after getting in the bunny room. Oof. I'm sorry to hear. That's, not a good time.
Staying alive. Credits. Hey, plus credits, actually. You need to recharge.
Pigwort, you're too healthy. And Elite Pigwort demands respect. Thankfully, I really need the gear just doing the test builds. That's something at least. You have a wish list for this game, so what's on it? UI fixes. Boss hitbox fixes. Those would be top of the list for me. More ways of increasing difficulty in an elective manner would be good for me as well. That'd be my top 3. Pigwort's a nightmare. Pigwort's the true raid boss. The thing about sushi pizza, isn't it just sushi in the shape of a pizza? In which case, fine. I think the dark magic bonus melee you get from Bad Egg is enough on its own to keep one alive. No. No, I don't. What if Elite Pigwort's able to throw elemental barrels at you? Monka. Monka fucking S. Okay, I still don't know the proper angle for blue caking this guy. I'll do this. Yeah, no, that doesn't do anything. I was curious. Spend all crystals button would be good. I think that would melt consoles, so I think the likelihood of that happening is low. But a way to spend them faster, yeah, I'm totally on board with that. Find additional source then, don't use Vampire and Hilt. If you're a Berserker, unarmored defense, get some decent constitution, that should be good. The move speed with amped up is so crazy. Yeah, once I have an actually good blue cake, because you can get up to like 5,000, 5.4k? damage on that. Once I have a good blue cake, Ski Prod carried my Blightcaller through the Dragon Lair fight during my playthrough. Yeah, Ski Prod is so good. I love that gun. It's been criminally slept on. Even before it got buffed, it was really good. +9 to Violence and Corrupted Blade Mail, sure, I'll take it. +4, yeah, I get what you mean, I get what you mean. Yeah, that's definitely a compelling grab. Literally nothing else in the armor is good. I mean, for this, ability damage doesn't help me, gun crit chance barely helps me, ward regen delay is almost nothing. So I'm only getting plate mail and decent skills here. So I'm right there with you, loading screen. Blight hasn't been out long enough yet for me to have, like, good armors for it. For any of my builds that require actual Blight skills or class power. So I'm still just kind of vibing with some pretty bad ones in some areas. If I had better spell crit chance, then this Arcane Bolt might be decent if I got a lightning one. But my spell crit chance isn't that high. If it was like a 4 projectile one. The boss enemies are random in Boss Rush? Yes, they are random. Of any of the base game enemies and bosses from any DLCs that you've done on that character. If you were to pair Spirit Storm with any class that's not Stabbo, which do you think it'd be? I tried it with Burr, and I tried it with Grave. It felt a bit better with Burr. But part of my brain is telling me Claw. Because off. On 5% crit chance. Crit damage as well. Shrine crit. And even on 5% crit chance is something. Plus you're getting Oath of Fire to help you apply a large amount of dots. And Dragon Aura is minimal, but it's something. You get off from armor. There is it's either Claw Blight or Blight Claw rolls Awe, in addition to the Claw spell and Stabbo Claw ones. Or no, yeah, Claw spell and Claw stab. There's a third combo with Awe now. I don't remember which one's primary, but it exists. It is on a Claw Blight of some kind, yeah. Awe, Burn Offering, and Oath of Fire. Try Burr first, then Grave, then Claw, I feel personally. Again, the thing with Grave is where is your damage? Where is it? You have Thralls. That's it. And even then, you're not going to have many from your actual tree. I tried Burr first, though, and out of the two that I tried, those being Grave and Burr, Burr felt significantly better. Hey, alluring elemental blast. Repeating. It's not the ×2 one, but that's cool. Want to do spells? That's interesting. It's a lot of status chance. I'll take it. Let's keep rolling for crossblades. Brain's also Summoning Claw, but also Spell Shot with Paradigm. Spell Shot wouldn't have anything to feed into the Spirit Swarm, though. That's the thing. I mean, it'd have spell damage for spells, of course gun damage, but neither one of those are gonna make your spells do much. For dots, that is. So, like... Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Divergent? There's no way that's your actual dot. It's like 1400 on a Divergent. No. No. Sure enough. No. Ooh, Crossblade. Frost Lightning. Try it. It's only chaotic, but it is something. So once it's C50, does running caster out 50 do anything stat-wise for you? I'm pretty sure you can't. Some people reported they can. I don't believe I'm able to. But no, it's just a fixed run. If it does let you do it.
Have some fun.
Yeah, I can't. Cryofire. Nice. I like, Frost Lightning here for soaked purposes. Double not make dots? Presumably. Other bonus elements can, so. The mosquito armor looks too chonky. I like the look of it, personally. Wonder if there's some kind of curse way to get a non-LA swarm. Interesting to think about. Oh yeah. Amped crossblade. No, I think maybe a poison lightning one. If that's one of the combos it can get, would be ideal. Because we're not getting the soaked uptime right now. But this is feeling really spicy. I think it might not actually scale properly with body size. Huh. That'd be amusing.
Storm's coming.
Directly to my death. Lovely. Last Gasp with Desperate Enchant is interesting. That's actually really good. I'm gonna take that. What can I get rid of? How do you like Blight Capstone in comparison to PTA or Executioner's Blade? Blight Capstone's extremely good. Extremely good. And it is very present. It is almost always just doing something for you, instead of being chance-gated.
Overloaded. You're done. You gonna pick up that loot? This soul is ripe for color.
Spirit Swarm's here to fuck shit up? Yeah. Personally, Spirit Swarm's my favorite capstone. It's quickly getting there for me as well. It's just very, very good. It's easily the best pet in this game, even though it's technically a dot and not a pet, but... It's... yeah. Spirit Swarm's fantastic. Is yellow cake but chalk? Yes. Blue cake. Almost feels like an action skill. It really does feel like an action skill. It can target soul crystals as well. Ooh. Maybe I don't reset next time I get Feodor. I could change out this enchant, honestly, but it's my only source of conditional for my dots, so like, eh. Bruce says a target soul crystal leaves someone with 300% status damage. I'll have to try it. That's good news. I need to find out for myself what the distance threshold for Geist and Shell is in humanly understandable measurements.
We're just wasting all that oxygen anyways. Doormen are gonna keep you busy. Works on you. Their end is near. My sight is what uses them. I'll make this going.
How to best scale status damage, or what is it scaling best with other than status damage? So, I mentioned AMP earlier. If you're applying gun dots, AMP is a really good way of doing so. And then you want global stuff, such as things that say all damage. You want things that go in the conditional damage category. That stuff. Crit chance is nice, because dots can crit. Hey Boom, how you doing?
You need to restart. They like too comfortable with their mortality.
Aw, almost got it. Hey, Sunspawn, how are you? You don't imagine with ping enabled, seems to just go where you look. That's good. Pretty good, how about you? Doing well. Enjoying dot stuff. Enjoying dot stuff a lot. I want better crossblades, so I guess we're hitting Shotgun Bunny more. Triplet Souls of Awesomeness dropped by Fred the Goblin. Nice callback. Honestly, can't remember the actual name of it. Phase Flare. Phase Flare. Pretty good, finished up some important stuff. Flare? Yeah. And I'm now having fun grinding Cold War Zombies for my beloved baseball bat. You enjoy that. Got done cutting my grass, what did I miss? We've just been making some build optimizations. We picked up a crossblade and it's looking pretty good. I want a better one though, because the one I have is only chaotic. Getting like a good primordial crossblade. Ideally like poison lightning or poison frost, if that's a potential combo. But that'd be nice for the setup. Another lightning frost, but this one better damage. Frost dark magic. Full health applies to dots. Full health applies to everything that crits. Remember, it's 25% conditional on gun damage, but it's also 25% conditional on crits. And the crit part doesn't care what's critting, as long as something's critting. So it's nice to have that. Even though I don't have good uptime on it, it's helpful sometimes. I think I want a Chain Lightning Bloodshot for this, but just, I'm gonna have to be picky about it. Pretty sure Crossblade has no restrictions for element combos. Let me double check. Cool, thank you. Right, I'm being toxic in my playthrough right now. I just got Spirit Swarm and triggering via barrels. Okay, that's rude. That is rude, sir. I want Superior Shotgun. Setups look interesting. What's the concept? Dots. We are doing things of the dot persuasion. They're diminishing returns of violence. No. No. You get to a point where the chance is redundant, but the duration's always useful. Dice weapon got any change? Divergent? No, it's kind of been the same for a while. It's like fine if you want to try to do damage with it. It's not exceptional, but it's not terrible either. Just kind of fine. Probably don't question, but does Crossblade make Pog Totems use 2 elements? Just the first element. Just the first one. The way Crossblade gets its second element is from a part. A mag part, I believe. I don't know if it shows here. But yeah, Crossblade is lightning, and it just has an effect that gives it a second thing. It'll just be lightning.
Have some fun.
A terrible ammo consumption is kind of a problem. Yeah, fear or shotgun issue there. Feel dirty actually liking the Stab-O-Matic. Sometimes I enjoyed shooting it too. We'll feel dirty in this safe space for reluctant Stab-O-Matic enjoyers. We know if Contagion can be given by Butt Salad. It can. It can. You have to be spec'd into it though, Silverdraw. That applies to all skills. Echo Hilt with Amped Plague Storm is rude but very fun. Yeah. I think it's just unarmored and capstones that also can't be buffed. I don't know which blight skills can or can't. It would surprise me if Restore the Veil could be. Or Bog Down. Because that would not really serve any purpose. Yeah. I gotta figure out what to do here. Do I just try to find the angle for blue caking? I hit him with any of those. Ah, I did.
Lightning lance.
Are you in range? You are.
No ammo. Shortest strategy ever written.
Hey, Hellrider. How you doing?
Next on the execution list.
cheeky. No restrictions. Yes, it's the mag. Cool. Thank you. So ideally we want lightning poison here. For a crossblade. Lightning poison, I think I would want higher mag just so I can spam more, although lower mag is fine with this because I can only have 3 amp shots like this anyway. And reloading gives me time for my my ward to restore, so I have my amp ward. Am I moving so fast? Amped up. This skill right here, I have 6 points in it. So it's 24% movement speed per stack. You go pretty fast. And then I have haste. Gonna head out, gonna cook some chicken. Alright, give Rabbit a tutorial, Viper. It was Twister that has restrictions. Ah. I knew it was one of them. Couldn't remember which.
I'm not dying today. This one's next.
Rabbit catching strays. Still better than Salmonella. Seems like Plague Storm's perfect for Obelisk rooms. Yeah, I really like it. I can Plague Storm Imelda, like it does work. But I'm just gonna try FTS here because I'm curious.
They like too comfortable with their mortality.
Curiosity. Satiated.
Their end is near. So there's the lucky one.
Yeah, get fucked, Imelda.
Overloaded. Like it'd be that easy to stop me.
Does Archhorn serves utility here? Yes. It is fast cooldown for spamming Theurge, and it's lightning, so it is applying amped up. Thanks for the 100 bits. Coffee's Zarek. I appreciate it. If you drink coffee on stream, can I have permissions? God damn it. Also, Demon Blight cannot double, triple roll any passive, so if you want to focus on, say, lightning dots and go for double, triple light duration, you won't find it. Okay, so it's one instance of each. But, say, an optimal one here would be, like, lightning chance, lightning duration, poison duration, or something like that. You can get 2 for your main element and then 1 for an off element per ring. Spec optimal for status to be a better spec more into Blight and get 3 and 3 contagion from armor. If you're doing status stuff, you absolutely want spirits more. Like, that much is for sure. And then you have enough points, exactly enough, to still get 3 out of 3 contagion. In terms of what you can do on your armor, you could absolutely go for 6 out of 3 contagion on armor. That's a viable option. I personally am just using what I have. I'm using a plate mail with 3 amped up. The passives here aren't good. It's only chaotic as well. But I wanted to do the ward stuff with amped up, and corrupted plate mail helps that because I can use that dark magic for restore the veil.
I really found my calling, didn't I? Look good on that. Patience is not a virtue. It just sucks. Time to put someone in.
Go get him, little pog ball. So you had plus 3 contagion, you still spec it and not put more into Blight to get that right? Yes, I would still take contagion here. Because there's nothing that you can overspec over here that has the same value as getting contagion here. Absolutely wild to me, the best melee build in the game is one that shoots gun, uses the 2 spell characters. That's not even necessarily the best though. Greater than Gaunt, because you could make an argument that a Frost Shiver actually swinging a melee weapon is the quote-unquote best melee build in the game. Because Lazy has posted a sub 2 second maker kill actually swinging a melee weapon on Frost Shiver. I've yet to see anyone beat that time. Sub 2 seconds. Tell that to Imelda. That's a different situation. It's like how best is always situational. For example, White Rider is one of those never best but always good guns. You have, I'm trying to think of a more direct one. Laserhand. Laserhand is absolutely fantastic for general spell usage. But what happens when you go up against, say, Gloop? In that case, well, Laserhand's no longer best. Ice Spike is. Best is situational. So, Imelda existing and shutting down true melee builds does not mean they're not best. Because you found one situation. Like, Pixies are extremely strong, but there's some things they simply do not track. Doesn't make them not a contender for best. Facts as good as it is crazy to me. Oh yeah. It's only pretending to be a melee user's item. It's wholeheartedly a spellcaster's item. You're absolutely right. Ooh, we had a good contagion dot there. Ouch. Okay, time to grind. You enjoy Fireplace. Quick question on that point. What don't Pixies track? Imelda. Soul Cells and Theodore. They are very reluctant to track Bernadette in the Dragonlord fight. There's another high-profile thing that I'm forgetting. Shadowfire reload scale off of gun damage? Yes. there a difference in dot between times 1 and times 2 White Rider? Yes, times 1 has a higher base damage. The dot is lying on that one. There we go. There you go. That's what it's supposed to say. Times 2 is hitting more, but times 1's a higher base damage. Higher dot as well. Dark magic gun throwable hole? No, it's a shadow fire. And I'm using a fire one. It rolls in either fire or dark magic, though. Just had sushi today. Jealous. Right, Kevin? Kevin's jealous, too. He's just out of frame. Drill when he's at its farthest point. Ah, that's the one. I think if you run out into the water, you can still get them to track, though. You just have to spawn them closer to him. Because I know I've gotten Shrikes to track him out there. I would think Pixies use the same targeting. He's latched on. Just grabbing my arm, pulling it down, and putting his head on top of my hand. You're a good boy. Spicy water deal determine amount of damage or a percentage of your health. The drill stuff. I want to say it's percentage of your health, but I'm not actually 100% on that. Assume Mosquito Mantle is gonna be fixed at some point. That's a bold assumption. Buffmeister never got toned down. Pixies have only ever gotten buffed. I absolutely think it should never have released in the state it's released in, but one, you can't quantifiably tone it down to a point where it's not ridiculous without removing interactions, and two, doubtful it would change at all. Use a deathless setup, hit the water, you're dead? Yeah. What are Pixies? One of the Fury or reload methods. They're really popular for how powerful they are, but they're just so mindless in the gameplay loop that they're just utterly uninteresting to most hardcore players. Hope they fix Mosquito similar to how they did change the stab. What does that mean for Julio? They never changed the Stab-O-Matic. And Stab-O-Matic itself isn't even overpowered. It's when you apply Spellblade. Hey, coffees are alright. Thank you for gifting us up the Nightbot. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mosquito seems pretty good when I read the card text. Not as good as you guys are making it out to be. What am I missing? The crossbow applied by Mosquito takes 100% of the damage that spawned it, uses it as its base, and inherits the damage source.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
So it is a 100% double dip that gets the same multiplier and scaling. So you know how Geist in the Shell is 56% of the gun you did, and it has ability scaling? Well, Mosquito's like, take 100 and take the same thing that spawned me. So gun off gun, spell off spell, you know, melee off melee, etc. Is that called V3? Nah, it's just a monstrous double dip. And they noticed Stab was doing too much and they changed it. Used to take damage from magic bullets. Yeah, that wasn't a Stab-O-Matic change for Julio. They didn't touch Stab-O-Matic at all, not even a little bit. Chaos 50? Let's go, Douglas. Congrats. Still love that jail, keep going back to it. Tis a funny meme. Yeah, the only power Stab-O-Matic ever lost was from Magic Bullets, which is a drop in the bucket. The real power there is in Paradigm Conversion and Spellblade, and both of those are intact. Stab-O-Matic was never touched. I don't expect Mosquito to be touched. Buffmeister was never touched. I do not expect any changes to Mosquito, though it is insanely overpowered. Fire and Frost crossbleeding. I'll take it. I just want poison and soaked element. Mosquitoes gathering dust next to your Buffmeisters. I still have one build that has one equipped, just because it's funny to watch Ghostblade hit in the millions through a Mosquito. But it's getting old quick. It is getting old quickly. Let's put it that way.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Also be procced by Geist, or play the Angles, or Livewire, or Alchemical Agent off of Livewire. It's... You can Mosquito off of a Barbaload, off of a double PTA, and then you can Barbaload off of that Mosquito, so that's the initial gun, and then into PTA, double dip, into double PTA, triple dip, into Barbaload, quadruple dip, into Mosquito, quintuple dip, into another Mosquito, sextuple dip. And then you could have that going with Plague Storm and Echo.
Don't hold your breath.
It's as silly as it sounds. Why do you enjoy hurting our feelings like that? I mean, you can infinitely go back and forth with Plague Storm plus Echo plus one additional source, and you can just snowball your damage like that. It's already possible. Sounds balanced to me. Yeah, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Someone say polykill. Did you say sex? I did. This is the first time. This is the first time I've gotten Redmorn in the chamber. It can happen. It hadn't happened to me yet. Are specific element damage buffs in the same category as general elemental damage? Yes. Yes, they are. Okay, how are we gonna do Redmorn? I still need something with sufficient range to hit him while he's in the air. I guess that's still gonna be... Actually, why is Sword Explosion's dot that high? Hang on, why are you this way? Why are you the way that you are? Guess I use that. Do I just use it on impact mode? Sword Explosion on impact mode. Let's go. Good fight, Redmore. This PLC4 boss? Yes. Apologies. It's actually got cool mechanics. I'm just being a bully. Yeah, I think Sword Explosion Impact Mode, I think there's something to that, Stone Swan, because, like, that dot is not acceptable. This is a volatile with a 2500 dot. And we can fire it like that. Like, hello? Yeah, that's a volatile. I just noticed. What the fuck, dude? Does BTA apply sticky? No, it'll just be a regular projectile. But it can trigger off of stickies, which is funny. So, like, with a times 18 body rocker, you can potentially have 36 triggers to play the angles per shot. If you were to wear a corrupted plate mail, you could have 72 play the angles from a single shot. That was my next question. Is it a cool fight? It's a very cool fight. I absolutely love it. It's really good. The Redmorn fight is just extremely good. And yes, you can melee it. It is melee friendly, unlike the others, barring chumps. Primordial Fire with 2900. That's sick. So you could potentially get over 3000 dot on it. That's big. Love Redmore's design, just health seems way too low. We got other forms coming. Yeah. I'll just start with Plague Storm this time. Ouch. Oh, good job, Plague Storm. Good job. Plague Storm the GOAT. I think I can White Rider for the rest now. Ouch. How's the new class? I've really played for a few months now. It's really fun, True Mythgard. It's really, really fun. I've not seen a single complaint about it. It is conducive to a bunch of playstyles. The action skills are incredible in both visual design and satisfaction in gameplay. It's just, it's a really good class. For most people that I've talked to about it, it's become their new favorite. I don't know if that's true for me, but it's definitely in my top 2. Just look at how cool this action skill looks.
Guest delivery incoming.
You just tear open a hole in the sky and then chaos.
I never want to wait again.
It's so cool.
A little life now. A lot of culling.
Never seen someone intentionally shoot a sword explosion on impact. By the way, I encountered an issue the other day. Sword explosion shots are not going through my sigils. Is this new? No, sometimes sigils forget how to sigil, and they'll block your shots too. It's a bug that's been in since launch. It just kind of happens sometimes. This applies to your bullets. This can apply to your inferior chucks as well. Amusingly, it's quite annoying. How do you rank Blightcaller compared to the other classes in terms of strength? I don't know if I can comfortably say it's stronger than Spell Shot, but I think it's the only one in the same area. So, like, if I had to broad strokes rank the classes, Spore is at the bottom, followed by Stabbo, followed by Claw, and then at the top, it's either Spell or Blight, and then filling out the middle, you have Grave, you have, Burr. Does Body Rune fire damage apply to dots? No, but it can apply its own dots. Well, that's speedy. Yeah, I think Sword Explosion's, got a place here. Clawbringer better than Stab on Spore? Yes. And it's not close. Stabbo is propped up by Alchemical Agent, Contagion, from the Shadows. That's it. Nothing else about this class is noteworthy. Even Ghostblade, as much as I love it, has some pretty crippling hitbox issues and isn't exactly highest melee DPS. It's very good, but Stabbo is very limited in terms of its sphere of influence. Spore is kind of the same. Spore has very lackluster action skills, and anything other than gun and companion, it's just not good for. Clawbringer, having just a better damage formula, it's got one very good action skill, and it's got good quality of life stuff such as Indomitable in the tree, with a much better companion than Spore has. So is the dot different impact versus sticky? Sticky divides up the damage in a different way, so impact should have a higher dot, but the Mega Sword from sticky probably has a higher dot, so sticky indirectly, but after a time and with more hoops. Which is why I switched to using sticky. And exploit their weakness. Exploit their weakness is good, but not take an entire class for it good. And it is less impactful than Alchemical, Contagion, and From the Shadows. First, we gotta put Blight above Spell because the 3 double dipping skills, all of which are much more accessible and more easily activated. Yeah, Tier 1 Geist, and then you have Plague Storm, and then you have, Spirit Swarm. Like, if I had to rank, I'm putting Blightcaller first, followed by Spell. If closely, but followed. Spore is also good for ability. It's not, though, because Spore has exactly 1 boost to ability damage. That's Affinity. And ability damage itself, as a stat, is very accessible elsewhere. As of Blight, Spore is no longer the only one with ability in tree. And Wrath of Nature is statistically identical to Exploit Their Weakness. It's not special, but it is very deep in the tree. So Spore isn't good for ability. It's got 2 things that interact with that. One of which is not unique at all, and the other one is just kind of like, this is nice, but is this worth 20 skill points? 20 plus skill points? No. Have I misunderstood Body Rune? I thought it was just a boost to fire damage? No, it is a bonus element. Yeah, you just get fire damage on top of whatever you're doing. LGD. Freaking exhausted after hitting 50, now I can do those 3 other DLCs. Congrats to you, Douglas. It's definitely a time investment, but I'm proud of you for getting there. I think Barrage should get the element of your melee weapon. I think that's totally fair. Either your melee weapon or your equipped gun, one of the two. And then also, add a 0 to the damage, remove a 0 from the cooldown. Then we're talking. No, not remove a 0 from the cooldown, but like... You could give it a third of the cooldown and then triple the damage, and it would be good. Not busted or anything. Barrage is very weak. Like, Bog Totem is just better than Barrage in literally every possible way. They're saying make it actually useful. Something like that, Pinky. How you doing? When you stop just glancing at descriptions, pay attention. There's enough descriptions that it's bound to happen eventually, LGD. Earlier this stream, I hadn't read an enchant description with a discerning enough eye. It happens to all of us. Blightcaller is really fun after 2 hours of playing, doing a playthrough paired with my Spore Warden. First character might not be shit anymore. Nice. Paraj, what is my purpose? To activate ASE. And it's not even 3rd best at doing so. Not even 4th best. Actually, let's list all the action skills that are better at ASE spamming than Barrage. Ready? Go. Alright, we got Bog Totem. We got Storm Dragon's Judgment. We've got Dreadwind. You can cancel Dreadwind immediately, and it's better for that. So that's 3. There's probably a 4th. But off the top of my head, 3 are better at ASE spamming than Barrages. Barrage used for Spore Fuse, and that's about its only good use. Hey, Noob Doggy Dog. In your experience with the fastest way to get 40 after beating the game, see LeChance mentioned quite often, but I'm bored of him. Some people like Zomboss or LeChance farming. I personally like farming inside the mirrors after I've gotten my collectibles. So you go and finish out your shrines, your dice if you haven't, your poetry, marbles, all that stuff, because that's going to get you permanent stat bonuses, and you get XP for all of it. So getting collectibles followed by, I like completing the mirrors to level as well. Post save files your builds. I haven't thus far. I might change that at some point soon. I did it for BL3 eventually. For Wonderlands, I'm kind of waiting until like everything's available and the game is in a more settled state, pretty much. So like it's not a hard no, it's more of a not currently. Spore Fuse is the only purpose of Raj, but I'm thankful for that, like Spore Fuse builds. It doesn't need to be the only purpose though. Like you could have it be good for your Spore Fuse builds without it that being its only purpose, you know, Hellrider? Like it could just also be good. That's my thought anyway. Highest ascended Sword Explosion dot is 3,528. That's disgusting. That is absolutely absurd. I really need to do more boss runs to hit that vendor for even more Sword Explosions. So I need to roll a better enchant on this one now. Yes, the other barrage enchant. Feels bad. Minecart Room and Third Mirror is a great XP soul farm. You can be AFK with Bog Totem. Yeah, that's one of my favorite places to farm XP as well. Making sure you... I lucked out on one playthrough, and I have a level 15 blank slate, which gives you an XP bonus. So having a blank slate on while leveling helps you out quite a bit. And if you have an ability level +2 blank slate like I do, that's a huge bonus for Bog Totem. So yeah, honestly, just equip that, change your second class to Blightcaller, and set up Bog Totem in that minecart room, and just leave your controller there, or your mouse keyboard there. Actually getting Spore Fuse on the guns you want? Yeah, imagine. Fucking imagine. Trying to take the curses and I pick up 2 random items off the ground. Good job, me. Hang on, that one's a loot luck ward. That's actually a good grab. Unless I already have one. I don't know if I do on this save. Let me look. Nope, that's a permanent acquisition. Cool. Good job, me. It's one of those, she's a 10 but uses barrage as her action skill situations. No, Spore Warden is also not good without barrage at anything except guns and companions. So like, Spore is underwhelming in its entire scope, Envoy. It's got some stuff I really enjoy, and I do play the class, but when compared to the others, like, why so serious? Hey Zen, how you doing? Given the charge, refresh, and reload enchant, you think barrage can be balanced around high cooldown, massively increased damage? That's the thing, Flip. The more you tie barrage to its enchants, the more inaccessible it is, and the more restrictive you are in the build crafting. Because currently, to get the most value out of barrage, most players are running the gun enchant for Spore Fuse for their guns, and the ward enchant for reload for an extra charge back. Now, running that ward enchant means you lose out on a damage enchant, so that's setting you back there, and you have to do that to get the cooldown in a decent state. But think about everything you've given up. You no longer can feasibly use weapons that you can't reload on demand. You are using an action skill that is not going to do significant damage. You're pretty much just debuffing and turning on your gun enchant. You're tying yourself to 2 character-specific enchants, which good luck rolling both of those on the things you want them on. And yeah, it's just more downsides than upsides. So I think that getting barrage to a point where you don't need one or both of those would be better than leaning into its current pit. Holy damage. It's pretty solid. Rolling there's a nightmare. Yeah. PTA is great, but remember you're giving up your class and 26 skill points if you want a PTA. And then even then, it's only multi-target with guns if you get lucky, if you get a crit. That's a hell of a lot of hoops. They had a new voice? Yes, I'm using it. Maybe not on this save. I think I'm using it on my other save. But yes, I've used it on stream. I forgot to switch back to Pogstorm. They added a new voice, 4 new backstories. which is all very cool. We got 4 new enchantments. 3 are for Blightcaller, 1 is actually for Berserker. Yeah, I'm not using the new voice right now that I listen to my character. But, my other Blightcaller does use the new voice. The voice is pretty great. Yeah, I'm a big fan. It's just funny. I think I managed to roll this war enchant maybe 4 times since I started the game. It's like Unicorn. The gun one I've gotten fairly often. The ward one, extremely rare. Extremely rare for me. I think White Rider's more consistent there, just because of damage delivery. But I definitely want the Sword Explosion for range, for stuff like Redmorn. Till death I said sigh, when you get a kill it gets me every time. Yeah, yeah. The line when Wastard is asking for consent to turn you into an undead on this voice type is just... that's perfect. Good sniper builds, want to try something different? Yeah, you take a good gun build and you equip a sniper rifle, Jules. It's that simple. Snipers are good in this game. I will vouch particularly for the Skeet Prod being an amazing mobbing weapon. The Carouser is just good all-purpose. Used Great Bow is very good if you can crit. Calcon is good for single target bossing if you can crit. And as long as you accept that you won't have ammo for very long. Oh, actually I Am the Darkness is also a good one. Yeah. I enjoyed that one too. This game's hurt my feelings. Why does a clutter visual setting also impact the sharpness of the text and menus and audio cards? Damn. Damn.
The age of heroes ends today. Up next on the activities list. There's the lucky one.
Meld is not so bad on this. Ouch. 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 You guys are toxic. I just killed your queen. How do you feel about that? Dark magic efficiency would be so nice in this build now that I think about it. Blaze of Glory optimal here. Hush you. She'll be back, just wait like 15 minutes. I'm gonna end the stream instead. Melda's not that bad on this one. Down, down, down. Hey, I lived in the end. She didn't. I win. Adaptive last gasp. That's cool. I won in the end. Anyway, I'm totally not gonna wait out the timer on this vendor to have another chance at Sword Explosion after stream ends. Totally not. I think it's the best character background now. Still Village Idiot. Although, out of the new 4, you can make cases for, in some situations, Street Urchin Success Story or Apprentice Barnacle Scraper being good. But Village Idiot's still, like, the go-to. Felicia, thank you for the 23 months. Just in time to get with thatted. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. All the work you do, both that people can see with, you know, the emotes and stuff, and the moderating, and the behind-the-scenes stuff as well. And for being you. Wonderful person. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. God damn it. Sorry. You like key lime pie? I do. Key lime pie is delicious. Melda must have paid Cave Johnson first combustible lemons, now cake. I understood that reference. But anyway. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Let's find somewhere for us to go. I will next be live tomorrow.
She's just a girl and
There's the
she's
alert.
on fire. There you go, Quack.
Just trying to time that out.
Qua.
Qua indeed. See, Lazy's doing Bog Totem stuff. Control is also doing Bog Totem stuff. Epic's doing some Tribes of Midgard. Bird's on Midgard as well. Pascaroni's on BL2. Let's go to Lazy. I want to see how Bog Totem's going. I'm curious. I've not made a successful Bog Totem focused build yet, and I want to take some notes. But let's do some Quagcaller spam as per usual. Yeah, you guys got the right idea. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll try to have maybe another different build tomorrow, but I'm probably still gonna just go for launchers and mess with that. Anyway, yeah, take it easy. Love y'all. You're great. Stay hydrated. Pet your pets. Bye-bye.